What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live from SEC Media Days in Atlanta. We're with you for the next 2 hours, a rare afternoon edition of the TSU morning program. Of course, no Bucky Godbolt. It's Tuesday. He's playing golf. He's not doing an afternoon show. So we're going to have a variety of different guests joining us here at our table at the College Football Hall of Fame in Atlanta, Georgia. And joining us to start off the show, a guy that y'all know and love?
I mean, they won't ever admit it. It's not love. They're like, I don't mind him. I think. I don't want to speak for everybody.
We'll
here.
see what the people
say.
I
don't mind. Like, for an OU guy, like, maybe he's a – that's the – if we're not there yet, that's where I want to get to the next 30 minutes. Like, I mean, I don't love him. I'm not saying I like him, but he's for an OU guy. He's all right. Why did they? Is this like a A&M milk like yell leader guy, milkman yell leader guy that's there?
It kind of looks like
what is this? So maybe they trolled you for having like this in your background. They definitely trolled me.
What do you have?
Because in my direct line of sight from where I'm at, and I'm kind of on the opposite building you are, and Navy football uniform.
Oh, no.
Cool, because I want to think about that game all 4 days I'm here, a full-on Navy football uniform.
Oh, that game.
Yeah, thanks.
That turned y'all from a 500 team to a losing team in 2024. What was the name of that bowl game that y'all were playing in?
I don't even know. Armed Forces, maybe? I don't know.
You have to lose that game if you're playing Navy, though, right? Like,
well, they sure as hell did.
Yeah,
I guess so.
You guys lost a lot of games last year.
Thanks.
Armed Forces Bowl. It's almost as good as the college football playoffs.
It's basically the same thing.
That's what the people say.
I mean, you
right?
guys played in Arlington and OU played in Fort Worth. It's the same deal.
It's all in the Metroplex.
I don't see a big difference there.
People come to from Fort Worth to go to Arlington to watch the game. So that's how it works. I don't know. I think there's actually a little plaque behind that guy. It's actually George P. Swift. He has sold more hot dogs than any vendor in SEC history.
Related to Taylor by chance?
Potentially related to Taylor. Once sold 1,253 hot dogs at an Alabama LSU game back in the 80s.
Well, let's show him at a Chiefs game for once, right?
Exactly. So, he's rocking the TSU gear today. That's very nice of him. But, Tyler's going to be with us for a little bit. Boy, you guys are going to love this show because after Tyler leaves, John Neighbors from inside Arkansas and Locked On Razorbacks is going to join the show for a few minutes. So we'll talk about one of Texas's other rivals on today's show. We will speak with Joe Cook of Inside Texas. We will play my conversation with SEC Network analyst Roman Harper. Sat down with him yesterday. We will play that on today's show. We'll also talk to Chris Gordy of Locked On SEC, and then our old friend Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered will join us today. So we've got a lot of different guests to get to over the next couple of hours. It is Texas Day here in Atlanta. Steve Sarkisian is set to address the media in about 10 to 15 minutes downstairs. We will post Steve Sarkisian's press conference in its entirety when it's done on the Texas Sports Unfiltered page. But a lot of other live in-person SEC conversations. And we're hoping to speak with Anthony Hill, who apparently will be walking around Digital Drive, as they call it now, in the 4 o'clock hour today. So hopefully we get the chance to chop it up with Anthony Hill. I will tell y'all there is a 0% chance we get the chance to chop it up with Arch Manning. That guy has been followed everywhere he's been. And unless we go follow him into the bathroom, Tyler, I don't think there's any chance we're going to get to talk.
Is that beneath you for content's sake? How do you feel about that?
Feels very Billy Lucci to do something like
nice
that.
Pull.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is it beneath me? No, it's not.
I don't think it is, man.
When I was working in radio, yes, it was. But, for TSU trying to grow this brand and get us to another level, all pub is good pub for us. So if I'm known as the guy who told Arch Manning he's wearing a nice watch in the bathroom, then that's Texas Sports Unfiltered host Brad Kellner saying that.
You made that joke last year on my radio show after we were talking about me passing Nick Saban in the bathroom. And you were like, yeah, he was asking who's that guy asking about my watch or whatever.
I forgot about that.
So I guess bathroom stories. Here we go at SEC Media Day.
That's what we do.
You had Matt Flynn, who played quarterback at LSU, was walking in front of me. And then Kirby's in the bathroom, Kirby Smarts. And they're just standing there at the front of the bathroom like, hey, man, I'm proud of you. No, I'm proud of you too, Kirby. Well, you talked to Nick. Man, I haven't talked to Nick since on the field after that 07 game when we played him. And they're just standing there at the front of the bathroom. And I'm like, do I just stand here?
Oh, man.
So I said, hey, Kirby, I'm going to squeeze by you a little bit here.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was the right call or not.
What did he say? He let you go?
Kirby Smart, get the hell out of the way, please.
Yeah.
All right.
Dude, I almost ran into Kirby Smart today.
I
Actually,
saw
by
that.
your table.
Yeah.
I was talking to you, trying to get you, to confirm a time to come do this conversation. And behind me walks Kirby Smart, and I'm like leaning back, and I almost ran right into him. Someone's like, hold on, don't hit him. I'm like, whoa.
Maybe Texas could finally beat Georgia this year if you took Kirby out,
That's the goal. Well, we did get rid of the kicker who cost us the second game against them last year. So I don't know. Carson Beck and Bert Auburn are going to be making magic happen together at Miami this year. I think both fan bases are kind of glad that they're playing for different schools.
Yeah, Bert Auburn, easily one of my 3 favorite Texas players of all time. Big fan of Goldilocks, Breckenhager as well. Not sure that he's been on social media after that 2018 Big 12 championship game. I think he's kind of, I don't know what he's doing now.
Has he gotten a haircut since then?
Well, no, because he wasn't going to cut it until they won the Big 12 title, right?
Yep. So maybe he got one in 2023. Maybe he grew it out for 5 more years, and once he was done playing. Yeah, I haven't seen Breckenhager in a while, but I know he was not very well loved by the OU fan base.
No, he was not at all.
Who's number 3? It's Bert Auburn. It's Breckenhager. Who else has hair that's
It's Chris Sims.
Okay.
Chrissy Sims is what he was referred to forever. I mean, it's got to be Chris Sims. And he's probably number 1, honestly.
Some Texas fans might join you in that sarcastic.
Yeah, I mean, he made comments about Mac after he left. What did he say? He thought he was scared of Bob Stoops and all that.
Yep.
I could see that Chris Sims not super well liked around.
Some people love him. Some people have gotten over it. I don't think he's gotten over it. Like, he won't do appearances on Ray Joe in Austin. Like, he was just so, I think, beaten down and battered. And look, it was before my time, before I got to Austin, before I started covering the team. So I won't take any blame for it, and I won't act like I know exactly what happened. But sounds like I do know the Sims Applewhite debates got pretty heated during that era of Texas football, and it sounds like, Chris Sims did not take too kindly.
Team Major Applewhite, you play Major in 01 against Colorado, then you're probably playing for a national championship.
All right. We're doing great here. You're trying to get people to like you today. Wasn't that your goal?
I said I was Team Major Applewhite. That's pretty endearing.
That's
I feel
fair.
like
that is fair. Oh man, so I do want to get your thoughts. We'll talk OU in a little bit, but I want to get an OU fan and an OU insider's thoughts on Texas. Right? I mean, it's got to be annoying to y'all to see and hear the hype surrounding Arch Manning, considering he started 2 games. 1 against an SEC team, and that was against a Mississippi State team that went 5-7 last year and was the worst team in the conference. And there's all this hype. He's one of the favorites to win the Heisman. He's first-team All-American on a bunch of these preseason publications. Like, how much is it bothering Oklahoma people that, we'll just start with Arch Manning before we get to the team as a whole, that Arch Manning is getting all of the love that he's been getting?
A lot. A lot.
Yep.
Now, there's been an incredible amount of hype for Texas over the years for a long time now. So I think if anyone gets annoyed by it or kind of knows that or sees that, it's OU fans, right? So yeah, I mean, he was asked to be put in a really difficult spot last year against Georgia, but look what he did against Georgia when he got in the game. Or I'll tell you one that really, Arch Manning at dual threats at quarterback. And you'll hear the OU fans saying, oh, my God, quit acting like he's Vince Young or something out there running around. Like, Arch, clearly, he's got some speed. He can use his speed. He had a big run against Mississippi State last year and a few big runs throughout the year. But I think that there's also some annoyance about they act like this guy's got 4.4 speed out there running around or anything. So I think
he had 21 miles an hour last year. Come on, man.
So, look, we're used to it.
Yeah.
We know it. It's the Texas hype, season. And normally over the years, you just roll your eyes and say, Texas will freaking disappoint, man. Yeah. But honestly, I think it's hard to imagine a Manning at quarterback with the roster and the surrounding talent that he has just being a total bust. Like, Arch is going to be good.
Sure.
He's probably going to be really good. So I think that we all know that as well. But yeah, the Arch Manning, but like even seeing him as the Heisman Trophy front runner, that's stuff like that, you'll roll your eyes a little bit and say, God, this is just out of hand.
Even for me, it feels a little bit out of hand, right? Like I'm pumped. I'm excited. I think he's going to be really good. But the fact that he's up there with, a guy like Cade Klubnik, who started a couple of years, a guy like Garrett Nussmeier, who started last year and looked really good. Like it's hard to argue against it just being the name. Again, he looked really good when he played last year. There's plenty of reasons to believe that he can do those kinds of things, but it's so rare to see quarterback with that little experience get this type of preseason.
Yeah, I mean, and you guys talk about this team like every way that you can, but like just even for us that pay attention quite a bit, and I do a lot of show content with Texas naturally, but all the talk really is about arch this, arch that, Sark. Like I don't think nationally, God, I hate to give this program credit, but here we go. The defense for Texas is not talked about as much as it should be. It was the better side of the ball last year, man. At least I think.
I agree.
And then now you bring back Anthony Hill, you bring back Michael Taaffe. I mean, they bring back some really good defensive players this year. And I'm kind of thinking like maybe the defense for Texas is going to be the better side of the ball again.
I think it has to be, especially early on, because the defense has 7 or 8 starters back from last year, and the offense only has 3. Right? You're breaking in a new quarterback. You've got 4 new offensive linemen starting. You've got 3 new starting wide receivers. Like, you got to be ready to go week 1 because you're playing Ohio State at their house. But there's reason to believe that it might take that side of the ball a little bit longer to gel and mesh. The defense, they lost the Thorpe Award winner. Yeah, they lost Andrew McCuba. They lost Barron Sorrell, and they lost both of their defensive tackles. I mean, there's some talented guys that'll be playing on Sundays now, but you've got more back on that side of the ball. And you brought up 2 of them. I'll throw Colin Simmons in there as well.
Yeah, for sure.
You feel like really you have an All-American player at every level, which gives you a chance. Obviously, you need more than just 3, but like to start off with the guy you feel like could be an All-American off the edge, a guy who might be a top 10 pick as an off-ball linebacker, which is crazy nowadays at linebacker, and obviously Michael Taaffe, who's walking around here right now. Like that's a good baseline for what should be a really good year.
You got to replace some award winners, but what was the conversation last year? Man, Texas just had like the best defensive line it's had in a long time, and you still ended up being a pretty good defense, even though you had to replace a lot of those guys. So they're going to be good. I'd say coming from the weak Big 12, you and I used to do a show together titled "In Defense of the Big 12."
Yep.
And I think OU and Texas could have like 2 of the best defenses in the SEC this year.
Well, okay, tell me about Oklahoma's defense because, Phil Steele is very high on the Sooners. I know you guys have talked about that on your show on the Ref, but, I mean, he thinks y'all have the best defensive line in the conference, and he thinks despite losing Danny Stutzman, the T-shirt model, is finally off to the NFL, fearing a bunch of other people now, you still have the best linebacking core in the SEC. I think he has Texas and Oklahoma tied at number 1 at his linebacker position ranking. So how good is this Oklahoma defense despite losing not only Stutzman, but a couple of guys who were instrumental to that side of the ball?
Look, it's going to be a big deal to replace Stutzman and Billy Bowman. Yeah. Like that, just those guys were there from the beginning of Brent Venables totally changing this program into a defensive-led program, right? Like those guys kind of led the way in the OU defense being where it's at now compared to the first day Brent walked through. So those guys are going to be difficult to replace. I think overall, will OU be as talented defensively as they were last year? I think that there's a chance to that. Okay. I think there's even a chance that even without those guys, there may be even a little bit more talented than a year ago. But this OU defense is going to be so much better. And the biggest reason why, it really has nothing to do with the defense. The offense last year was so freaking god-awful. I saw some bad Texas offenses over the years, some really bad Texas offenses. I thought Case McCoy-led Texas offense was bad, and then he started throwing dimes in the Cotton Bowl year, which is like super freaking annoying.
I love
it. But no, the offense just put the defense in terrible situations last year. Like they would turn Tennessee over inside the 10-yard line, go score. They turn the ball over back on the very next play.
Yep.
They get another interception off Nico, and then the offense turns it over the next play. They're at Ole Miss, and they're in it, man, and the defense gets a big turnover. Offense gives it right back the very next play. Or they'll go 3 and out all game long. Like, the offense consistently put the defense in terrible spots. And you would probably admit, like, OU's defense was good last year.
Sure.
To the point where when we talk about last year, we say, yeah, but that second quarter against Texas, they did not tackle well. But when you're highlighting individual quarters, and those are like really some of the only examples, you had a good defense, despite being put in terrible situations. So I think that this offense is going to be really, really good, which is going to put the defense in much better spots. There was one SEC game last year, where the defense was actually put in decent spots, and that was the Alabama game last year. They won 24-3.
Yep.
Held the Tide without a touchdown.
And Jalen Milroe looked like a middle school quarterback.
Yeah, he tried to trip
game.
Kip Lewis on his way to the end zone for a touchdown.
I forgot about that. Yeah, classic Alabama. High Tide right there. Okay, so now I've got to return the favor here because I'm getting a little sick and tired of hearing about John Mateer, right? And I've started my film watching on John Mateer. I watched a little bit of the Apple Cup game last year, Washington State. Like he's a talented kid. There's no doubt about it. His dual threat ability is great. If you lose contain on the edge, if you're not disciplined as a pass rusher, if you fall asleep on him, he's got the ability to make you pay. He's a talent. There's no doubt about it. But I just obviously with Oklahoma fans, but even nationally, it feels like they're talking about that dude being like some sort of savior for the Oklahoma football program. It's such a jump up in competition. Some guys can do it, but it's such a jump up from competition going from whatever the hell Pac-2 Mountain West schedule that Mateer played last year to not only an SEC schedule. If it was Texas's SEC schedule that y'all had, I'd be like, maybe. Y'all's last 7 games this year, the defenses that John Mateer is going to have to go up against, unlike anything he's seen in his college career. So I feel like people are just assuming that his game is going to translate a little bit too much. How do you respond to that?
Do you think a home and home with Oregon State throughout the year isn't as difficult as maybe playing LSU at home or going to Alabama?
I do think that's the funniest thing ever, that they played 2 regular season games against each other. If Texas and OU did that, could you imagine?
Oh, got to be amazing.
We'd have casualties in those games.
Still wouldn't make it a night game, I'm sure.
No, and you and I agree with that needing to be a night
game.
Look,
there's no doubt it's a step up in competition. I would say, even though OU's offense was terrible last year, that he's going to have better supporting cast than what he did a year ago. But sure, man, like, I think John Mateer is supremely talented. You went under the hood. You're breaking down all the film. You saw it last year. But it's a step up in competition. He wouldn't be, though, to be fair, the first ever guy to come from a lower conference and go into the SEC and play really well.
Sure.
Diego Pavia did it last year at Vanderbilt, actually beat Alabama, beat Auburn a year ago. And then how about Jaden Daniels? A little bit different because he came from the Pac-12. But he goes to LSU and he ends up winning the Heisman Trophy. But no, I mean, it's totally fair, especially when you have a schedule like Oklahoma has this year, which I don't know what they did to piss someone off. I don't know what backroom deal Texas did, even though that home schedule you guys have is just god-awful.
Yeah.
Man. It's gross.
It's not fun.
It's gross. But John Mateer's a really good player. I think where his biggest impact has been felt and probably will continue to be is not only was OU bad offensively last year, they had like no leader. And the whole leaders thing is normally something I roll my eyes at, but you got to have a dude on your offense, right? You do. And it really helps when you have a dude at quarterback. And I think that he's just kind of that presence to the point where, and I think I told you this a few weeks ago, there's been the comparisons of got a little Baker Mayfield in him.
Oh boy.
Got a little bake in him out there.
I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like we went through this same song and dance with Jackson Arnold going into last year.
You sound like my listeners. You guys said the same thing about Jackson Arnold.
I won't blame you. It was the entire fan base. And I'm like, look, I know he was a 5-star recruit, but all I had to work with was the Alamo Bowl against Arizona where he turned it over 14 times. And it's like, well, he made these 6 great throws, so ignore the turnover. It's like, I can't ignore, was it, 5 turnovers?
It was a lot.
So it's like, I thought he'd be better than he was. Obviously, y'all did too. But does it not feel like, maybe there's a chance it's deja vu in a bad way?
It can't be that bad. There's no way it can be that bad. No way. Now, to be fair, I said that throughout the year last year.
Right.
I'm like, I kept challenging worse and worse kept happening. But yeah, I mean, look, I think Mateer's going to be good. Is he going to be the best quarterback in the SEC? I mean, I don't know, but he's going to be a hell of a lot better than what they had last year. And if this offense can just be okay, just be solid, I think the defense is going to be good enough to win you some games. But he can't do it alone, though.
Yeah.
No one was successful last year because every position group was bad. So is Mateer good? I think he is. I think he's a massive upgrade. But if that offensive line is bad like it was a year ago, then what are we talking about?
I was going there next. Like, what's like? I think Bill Bedenbaugh is one of the best offensive line coaches in the country. I think he has been for a long time. So just seeing the Sooners' offensive line look as bad as it did last year was shocking. It's shocking to me. So what changes were made? How does that group get better? Is it just wishful thinking that it's going to be better, or should it actually be significantly better?
I'm going to throw out a name that Texas fans have never heard before. They got this kid named Michael Taaffe, a former 5-star offensive line. I know you guys have never heard of that guy before.
No.
I think I wouldn't project him as a starter right now, but okay, they're just going to be healthy. Like even right now, compared to where they were a year ago, they were already beat up and there's just no continuity. And let's throw in a freshman here. I mean, it was a disaster. I don't expect them to have the best offensive line in the SEC or one of the best offensive line in the SEC. I think the hope is that group is just solid with some returners from last year, right? That kind of got thrown into the fire. It's a group that's a lot healthier. They got some players in the transfer portal. Just be solid is I think what you have to ask from them next year.
So what are we expecting? You brought up Diego Pavia earlier. I think everyone believes a big part of Pavia's success in his first year at Vanderbilt was the fact that, Vandy hired his offensive coordinator and his quarterback coach from New Mexico State. So he didn't have to learn a new offense. Like, it was a much easier transition than a lot of guys have. Obviously, Oklahoma, they bring Ben Arbuckle to be the offensive coordinator. John Mateer hypothetically doesn't have to learn a new offense. What are the early returns? I know it's only been spring and summer workouts, but what are you hearing about Ben Arbuckle and what gives you confidence that whatever he does is going to be significantly different than whatever happened last year?
You have to check yourself a little bit because he hadn't called a play yet for OU.
Right.
But you talk to other people around Norman or whatever, they just say, oh, this guy's a stud. Man, this guy's he's just a stud. He's super impressive. He's smart. You should see him at practice. He's really got a feel for things. Kids, all of that sounds great in the offseason. But like I said, he hadn't called a play for Oklahoma yet. But the early returns are you took a swing at offensive coordinator. Brent Venables' job is on the line this year, dude.
Yep.
And you took a swing with one of the youngest offensive coordinators in all of college football this year, right? I mean, that's a big-time swing. But the early returns is this guy, he's a real up-and-comer. We like what we have here. And like everything else with the offense, I don't think it could be much worse. Seth Luttrell was a disastrous.
It was.
Disastrous.
And John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt Finley, whatever the hell his name was.
John Finley, basically the same thing. Yeah, tight end was bad as well.
So the question, I know I've asked you this before. I probably asked you on TSU this question before, and I'm sure you guys have spent countless hours talking about it, and I'm sure you're tired of talking about it. By the way, Rex St. Charles says, tell him it can absolutely be that bad again.
Is Patrick complaining on there? I'm not. He
says Rhett Bomar is his favorite blow you player. And he says, don't forget about that woman beater Mixon.
Yeah.
Good dude.
I mean, I got no comeback to that one, Patrick.
Yeah, we all saw it. We all saw that one on film right there. So it was a harsh punishment, though, that Bob Stoops levied on Joe Mixon.
Yeah, I mean, you got to set an example, though, right?
Exactly.
You really got to set
What was it, a quarter
example
against some D2 FCS team that y'all played?
Something like that.
Yeah, that's great. I got to ask the Venables question, man. Is it a magic number? Is it an eye test thing? Is it a combination of both? I know there are a lot of Texas fans who are like, whatever he has to do to just keep his job for another year, we want that.
Like the Jimbo thing.
Yeah, Texas fans don't believe. I don't believe in Brent Venables. I'll admit it. I don't think he's a very good coach. I think you guys can do better. I think if we were not in the era of NIL where it's easier as a blue blood program to turn things around, you guys could be at the start of Texas's 12 years of suck that Texas just got out of. I don't expect that to happen with Oklahoma because, again, there are ways to get out of it easier now than it was in the past. But what's it going to take for Brent Venables to just not only save his job, but get Oklahoma fans bought back in?
So it's weird because you guys have been through this before and you've covered coaching searches before, but this is the first time since 1998 an OU coach has entered the year on the hot seat.
Wow.
1998, John Blake.
It's a great point. Yep.
Big Game Bob was never on the hot seat going into the year.
XFL he has been recently. We
won a title 2 years ago, but we've not capitalized off the momentum.
What have you done for me lately, Renegades?
Yeah,
come on.
Especially in a football-hungry town like Dallas there, right? But, so we call him Muleshoe. We call him TBOW, that B out. We call him a lot of things. He was never on the hot seat, and Brent hasn't been on the hot seat going into the year until this year. So it's weird to say it that way. 6-7 year, that's not good enough.
Okay.
7-5 year, I don't think that that's good enough.
What
It's
if
at least 8 wins?
What if Texas is one of those? Like, does that game carry more weight? But it's different. This is very different, and I'm sorry to even compare you to this team.
Oh God!
But Cliff Kingsbury, when he was at Texas Tech,
Heck, you're comparing us to the Sand Aggies?
Well, they just beat both of us on a recruit.
Oh,
I know. But that was like
what?
Kingsbury was getting fired. Tech rolled into Austin, beat Texas. That saved his job, and then somehow he got promoted to the Arizona Cardinals the year after. I'm still trying to figure out how that went down. But like this, the OU hatred of Texas, does that almost count as like 2 or 3 wins if he's able to get that one?
I actually had a rant about this. I had a rant about this last week because I keep hearing, well, if Brent's 7-5, it all depends on what that 7-5 looks like, right? If you get a win against Texas, and I kind of went off, I said, I'm tired of hearing about that. This is the freaking University of Oklahoma. Is Texas going to be good this year? Yeah. Is that your biggest rival in the biggest game of the year? Yeah. But let's not be the freaking Sand Aggies in Lubbock and, God, if we can just beat almighty Texas in the Cotton Bowl this year,
or the
even if
real
we
Aggies.
Go 7-5
That's
or something
real
like
Aggie
that.
Stuff right there.
I really like that drives me crazy. But if Brent wins 7, but if he beats Texas, since when is that like the end all be all? You can get your ass kicked in 5 other games. By God, if you beat Texas. So it would be a huge win if it happened.
Sure.
But I think you've got to be in contention for the college football playoff going into the month of November. That really tough stretch.
Okay.
Because here's what happened this offseason. By the way, in case you guys didn't notice, they were bad last year. They went 6-7 with a bowl loss to Navy.
Oh, don't worry. We noticed.
So, and also, it's been a long time since you've had a coach on the hot seat. You've never really had to pay a buyout in like any sport before, and you're facing a massive buyout. So here's what OU did. They said, okay, bad last year. Let's do our best this offseason to make it right. They went out and got arguably the best portal quarterback. They went out and got Jaden Ott, the best portal running back, who some think could be the best running back in the SEC. They got Ben Arbuckle, who we just talked about, the young, hotshot, up-and-coming OC. They got Jim Nagy, the GM. They got pieces on the offensive line. They got pieces at wide receiver. They got defensive guys. Like, they put as much money into this offseason as they ever had before to say, all right, here you go. Let's see what you got, Brent.
Yeah, people like Brent.
And they didn't pay for a 6-7 season. They didn't pay for a 7-5 season. I'm not sure they paid for an 8-4 season. Like 9-3, I think he's safe. But even 8-4, man, like that's going to be kind of an interesting conversation if that's what they are at the end of the year.
Yeah, 9-3. You think he's safe? You're not like sure he's safe.
Well, if they're a 9-3 and they make the playoff, then I think that he's
even if they don't,
good.
Though 9-3. I mean, last year, there were 3 SEC teams that finished 9-3. They all got left out. But to me, I mean, you go 9-3 with that schedule, and that's a 3-win improvement over what happened last year. Like that at least gets him a year 5, right?
Whoever the new AD is better not say, well, yeah, we were 8-4, but we beat Texas, so that was a big deal. Yeah. I might go scorched earth.
I heard you guys. Y'all had Bob. Was it your show? Talked to Bob.
We have him on once a week.
I heard you asked him about taking over as AD. He has no interest in doing
Zero.
that. You believe him, or is he
1,000%?
Okay.
Bob's he's living the good life there with the Renegades. He's got other, maybe to handle the roster there, and it's
weird that you guys have him on once a week to talk XFL football. I'm surprised it has that much pull in Norman.
Well, we talk during the season a couple, and then like, hey, going on here with Oklahoma. Mac needs to get in the XFL, and we need to get the Bob Mac rivalry going on once again.
Yeah, that's going to go better for the Arlington team, I would think, than whatever team Mac is coaching. Oh, man, good stuff. Tyler McComas here, by the way. Tyler McComas from the Ref in Norman joining us at SEC Media Days in Atlanta. Normally it's Chip and Zay in this spot. They did the morning show. If you want to check out their 2 hours today, find it on YouTube or on the podcast page, wherever you get your podcast. We'll have some great conversations coming up over the next couple of hours. It is Texas Day at SEC Media Days in Atlanta. How many Oklahomas are there, Tyler?
How many
Oklahomas are there?
There's just only one.
There's only one. Okay, just making sure. You guys do tell us that a lot. So
only one.
I'm making sure.
Have you heard that Oklahoma only fears God, but Texas fears Oklahoma?
Well, I thought it was
that one.
The shirt. Maybe there was some fine print in 2023. I missed it. Oklahoma only fears God, and Kansas and Oklahoma State. Texas fears Oklahoma. I can't say. I remember talking about this at the time. right? I can't say I'm upset that Texas got to play Oklahoma State in 2023 because that game was a blowout. The Horns won by 4 touchdowns. It
had
was
a fat
over.
Guy touchdown in that game, too.
Yeah, T'Vondre Sweat scored a touchdown to the Heisman Post. It was awesome. Texas fans booed the hell out of Brett Yormark when that game went final. It was amazing. But a rematch would have been nice. A Texas OU part 2, because that game left such a sour taste in every Texas fan's mouth. So, like, it would have been a much tougher game, obviously. But, like, you guys were, I don't know if y'all were too scared to play Texas again. You're like, we beat them once, and it's hard to beat a team twice in the same year. We know we can't get them again. But I'll forever be upset that we didn't get a rematch that season.
Probably the only time in my life where I did, like, hey, nice job, Texas fans, was the booze to Yormark.
Yep.
Like, the dude had to, like, stop, and Sark's in the background, like, come on, guys, come on. All right. Like, he was so loud, he couldn't even, like, talk. Imagine if OU fans were there as well.
Oh, my God.
How loud the booze would have been. Well, let's at least pick on, instead of picking on each other, let's pick on a common little enemy here.
Okay.
I've walked all around the College Football Hall of Fame, and there's cool stuff on Barry Switzer on the walls. There's great stuff on Vince Young or Darrell Royal or Bud Wilkinson. Like,
sure.
Hey, here's what Texas accomplished under this guy. Here's what Oklahoma accomplished under this guy. For Texas A&M, like, the only display that they have is, like, the yell leaders. Hey, here's what their yell leaders look like, right? Like, that's all they had. There's nothing like, Texas A&M accomplished this over the years. It's like, God, what are we going to do for Texas A&M? I guess we better throw in one of their dorky yell leaders in here somewhere.
It's unique,
that's all they got.
It's like it's the only male cheerleader outfit that I think exists in college football. And, yeah, you and I were walking around yesterday, and they literally have a Texas cheer outfit on a mannequin next to an A&M milkman outfit on another mannequin. And it's like, these are what real cheerleaders look like, and this is whatever the hell y'all are doing at Texas A&M.
I think our SEC experiences, unfortunately, have been a little bit different thus far because Texas was good last year. Oklahoma was not.
Mm-hmm.
But we got to go to LSU. We got to go to Auburn, which was awesome. Got to go to Ole Miss. Missouri sucked. I never want to go to Missouri ever again. Not that I wanted to go last year.
Did you go to all those games?
Went to all those games last year.
Okay.
This year, you get to go to Tennessee, Alabama. You host LSU, and Auburn comes to town. Like, you guys have had some fun. Like, Georgia coming to town was a big one. But it doesn't feel like you guys have gotten, like, the full road or even home SEC experience just yet. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair. I mean, Texas will get some of it this year, the trip to Athens, the trip to the Swamp.
That'll be fun.
Those two feel like classic SEC stadiums and staple trips for Texas fans. But then it's Kentucky and it's Mississippi State. Those are the other two true road games. And then, I mean, it's just different. So, Texas has drawn not the shortest straw. Mizzou and Tennessee, like, there are other schools that have easier SEC schedules. But, Texas, by way of having lesser teams on their schedule, they also have lesser quality road trips for the fans to make.
It's still weird that your first ever SEC game, OU opens up with Josh Heupel and Tennessee coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Texas A&M and Johnny Manziel had, like, Florida coming in to Kyle Field. Missouri had, like, Auburn or like Georgia or something like that. And you guys got Mississippi State.
Yeah,
that's like that's still weird.
Hey, Jeff Levy, former OU coordinator. They wanted the Texas OU thing, so they gave us Mississippi State.
Yeah, the guy that was there 2 years. Awesome. They really nailed it with that one.
Did a great job. All right, I know you've got a show to do in a few minutes, brother. Thanks
for
joining us. Any parting words you want to say to the TSU crowd?
Look, we're certainly never going to be best friends. I don't even know if we're going to be friends. And I don't want to see any of you at the fair before and after and be all buddy-buddy. Like, we hate each other. That's what it is. Like, you guys hate my team. I hate your team. But I at least hope at some point they can say, God, I hate OU or Mobile Homa or whatever the hell you guys call it these days. But for Sooner, I guess he's all right. I hope we can get there at some point.
You still have all your teeth, so that's good because most of your fans don't. And I know your wife is not related to you. I don't know if the rest of your fan base can say the same thing. So you at least have those two boxes checked, and we'll take that. That's
one of the few. Yeah, you're welcome.
You're the man, brother. Thanks for doing this. All right, Tyler McComas, the ref in Norman, Oklahoma, kind enough to spend the first 30 minutes of today's show with us. Supposed to have John Neighbors from Inside Arkansas joining us. Hopefully he'll come by in a few minutes. Tyler's actually going to be nice and try to flag him down. We do have a great conversation with Joe Cook of Inside Texas, so there will be plenty of Texas Longhorn chatter on today's show. Also, my conversation with SEC Network analyst Roman Harper. We'll play that later today. And then a couple of SEC folks, Chris Gordy from Locked On SEC, and then our man Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered will join us in the 4 o'clock hour. So every storyline that you need from SEC Media Days, we've got it. And of course, we have to give some love to our great travel partners who are allowing us to broadcast live from the College Football Hall of Fame in the ATL. Shout out to Audio Visual Consultations. Y'all hear me talk about them all the time. Y'all hear all of us talk about AV Consultations all the time. We are getting closer and closer to the start of football season. Heck, NFL football starts later this month. The preseason begins, I think, on the last day of July. And then, boom, next month, the college football will be here. Make sure you've got your home TV setup done and done the right way with the pros at AV Consultations. They've been hooking up Central Texans since 1988. They can do the same for you. avconsultations.com or give them a call, 512-255-8678. And, of course, our friends at Sue Patrick, the best selection of Texas gear that you can find all throughout the Austin area is at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road, or you can shop online at SuePatrick.com. The schedule shirts, the schedule glasses, the polos, the Arch Manning jerseys, all of the great gear to get ready for football season. Sue Patrick or SuePatrick.com. Special guest joining us now. The first time I think you and I have actually talked on air, John Neighbors from Inside Arkansas and Locked On Razorbacks is joining us here. We just talked to Tyler McComas, so we got one rival out of the way. Now we've got to get another rival out of the way. How you doing, my man?
I'm just glad you called it a rival, man, at this point. But I'm doing good. I'm doing good. As good as you can here at a chaotic but extremely fun event like SEC Football Media Days.
I was just being nice to you because I know y'all still consider Texas a rival. So that's like my invitation. You're the guest. I'm trying to open my door to you.
It's appreciated. It's appreciated. Yeah. It's one of those things where I know maybe a lot of Texas fans don't understand. Maybe they do. But, you know, my dad was a Razorback fan growing up, and which raised me to be a Razorback fan. And, you know, I grew up in the SEC era. So I didn't know much about the Southwest Conference, but my dad hated Texas so much. It just passed down to me where Arkansas didn't play Texas a whole lot.
Right.
But I hated them because he did. And there's so many people like it, my age, my generation, that hate Texas just because our parents did.
So I think last year at Conference Media Days in Dallas, Sam Pittman said something like, oh, yeah, Arkansas hates Texas, and Arkansas fans hate Texas more than they even like Arkansas. Mm-hmm. Is there any truth to that with at least some fans who support the Hogs?
I think so. There is. It just depends on the time of year, depends on the sport. Because in Texas, not to bring up bad things, but Arkansas swept them in baseball this year, and in basketball they swept them as well. But football, in all honesty, I know that's the most important sport. Arkansas looks at Texas where there always going to be some extra juice to that. Like Arkansas last year lost to Texas, I think 20-10 in Fayetteville. The only reason that game was even close is because of how much Arkansas hates Texas.
Yeah.
In any other light, that game shouldn't have been close at all because Texas was much better than Arkansas. But there was just always going to be that element to it, and that extra juice is going to add to it. I think that Razorback fans, there's nothing worse than Texas when they're good because they are the worst.
Fans.
Okay. They are the worst. The arrogance, the entitlement. I get it. Like we all get cocky when our team's good, but there's just another level of Texas where it's like, hey, hold on a second. You guys just went through the Charlie Strong days. You went through the I don't even remember the other guy, Tom Herman days.
Yep.
It's like, just relax. Yep. Okay. You had a great year. You got a good future in front of you, but just this idea that, oh, thank goodness Texas is back. We have come to save college football because you guys have not been playing college football since we haven't been good. But now it's okay. We're going to be good.
Oh, man, I thought our listeners hated Tyler, but this is great. Can't wait for the comments to be rolling in here. Hey, it's two good years in a row, all right? Back-to-back college football playoff semifinals, the only team in the country to lay claim to that, so we could take credit for that. But, I'm sure it grinded y'all's gears. It wasn't just Arkansas fans. I think everybody, even Texas fans, got tired in the Charlie Strong, Tom Herman era. It's like, really? They're putting Texas in the top 10 again? Mm-hmm. Like, can you not do that? Like, we're not going to be good this year. We don't have our stuff figured out. And every year, it's like the hype. Now it feels warranted, at least. Now it's like, all right, you think Texas can be a player because they've proven that they can be a player. But, God, for a long time, it was like, I understand what y'all are feeling, getting pissed about all of the love coming to Texas. Because as a guy who graduated from the school, I know that's rare. I know you're about to make that joke. I couldn't stand it either. So I get it.
Yeah, and also, too, it's it's a thing where Arkansas, every SEC team, I think, when it was announced that Oklahoma and Texas were joining, it was more of a, okay, you're going to have your little time, buddies. Yep. You're going to have to just wait and see what it's like before you get your feet on the ground and understand how crazy it is here. And then the first year you guys come in, it's like, you just go to the playoff. It's not interactive best team. So that's what makes it even worse. Is like you're supposed to have your time where it's going to take a little bit, and you didn't even get that. So it's a little bit more frustrating.
How much were you rooting for Georgia in that SEC title game? Like, I know Arkansas and Georgia don't like each other particularly much.
You know, what's funny is that Georgia's just one of those teams. I don't think there's any like animosity or anything because there's no reason to hate from Arkansas's perspective. Like, they don't play each other enough. They don't have any history. There's no players or coaches that were hateable there. I mean, anything like that. I think people just root. It's weird because when it's Texas A&M in Texas and Arkansas is like, hey, you got to choose who to root for. That's tough, man, because there's a lot of hatred there. But I don't know. Let's put it this way. I don't know many teams that I would root for against Texas that I would root Texas for what they're playing against them, if you know what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that there's many teams that I would do that. Maybe Ohio State.
Okay. I was going to ask if there's anyone in the SEC like that.
In the SEC, I mean, maybe some teams that just pissed me off recently, like a Missouri or a something like that, LSU. But as far as the rest of that goes, no, it's pretty tough.
All right. So I want to get your thoughts on the Hogs, man. Okay. Expectations for this year, any confident? I see you laughing already. Look, you got baseball, you got basketball. There are good things going on with the department, but football is king, and that's why we're here. What are your expectations, and what are Hogs fans' expectations? Not what they want this team to be. Everybody knows what they want, but what this team should be in 2025.
Well, what they should be, I try to put this caveat on it. There is a chance that they will be, in fact, a really good chance that they will be a better team than what they were a year ago.
Okay.
They went 6-6. I mean, it's not setting the world on fire, but there's a very good chance they're better, but they have a worse record because of that schedule.
Yeah.
The schedule is so stupid. And I think that that's really horrible timing to where there's not a whole lot of new players that get you excited. I mean, you got Taylon Green, the starting quarterback, coming back. You still got Bobby Petrino as the offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. You have Cam Ball on the defensive line. There's some reasons to feel optimistic, but you're talking about everybody reversing their SEC schedule from a year ago. And just to throw it out there for those of you who don't know, Arkansas goes on the road this year in the SEC to teams like Ole Miss, LSU, Tennessee, and Texas. That's the road SEC schedule. Oh, and also, by the way, too, they play Notre Dame in the non-conference this year. And the team that was in the championship last year.
At Memphis, too.
Yeah,
right?
At Memphis. Who made this schedule?
You guys
I know,
made the
and that's what's the problem.
Yeah.
And that's a major problem. So, I keep bringing them up in every example I can because I like to make fun of them sometimes. But like Missouri, their schedule, if Arkansas had Missouri's schedule, they'd probably win 9 games.
Yeah.
But that you can't make excuses. You got to play the games in front of you. So I feel that there is a good chance that Arkansas, talent-wise, skills-wise, development-wise, all of that will be a better team. But just because the schedule's so brutal and some of the teams they face, it's hard for me to be like, oh, yeah, they're going to go 8-4 this year instead of 6-6. I think they're going to struggle to get to a bowl game this year.
So, okay, conspiracy theory here, because Sam Pittman's on the hot seat. There's no doubt. But he was also on a hot seat
a year ago,
mm-hmm. and Arkansas went 6-6, and that doesn't feel up to standard even for you guys.
Right.
Do you think there's like part of the decision to bring Sam Pittman back was knowing what the schedule was going to be this year? And it's like, it'd be much easier to move off of a coach if Sam Pittman goes 5-7 this year. It's like that's a better look. We can fire him and start fresh with an easier schedule in 2026 versus we make the move now. We bring in a new coach. He goes 5-7 because the schedule is really difficult and everybody already hates him. You think there's any of that could have potentially factored in?
I really hope not, because that would be the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Thank you.
Because of the fact that I don't care about what the schedule is going to be or if you want to set up a coach for success in their first year. Every coach is going to get a year 1 bye.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter. You don't want to, go in 0-12 maybe, but it's no one's going to be like, okay, we're going to wait until your schedule lightens up a little bit because we want your first year to be a great year. No, you make the move when you make the move. And right now, the Razorback fan base for football, I've been a Razorback fan my whole life, and I went to the U of A, everything.
Sure.
I cannot remember a time where there has been less excitement about a Razorback football season.
Really?
In my life.
Is it all people looking forward to basketball?
It's part of it, but it's also fans have felt completely and totally ignored with their how upset they were, and just feel like they're in a purgatory in football that nobody cares that it can make decisions.
Yeah.
I know college athletics is changing like crazy. It's hard to keep up with. We get that. But Razorback fans just want to have a culture at Arkansas where are they going to win a national championship in football? Probably not. I mean, it is what it is. I think most Razorback fans accept it.
Mm-hmm.
But they want a culture of coaches and administration that lie to me and say that we're going to do whatever it takes to do that. And they just feel like that's been missing. And so because of that, because they felt like Sam Pittman should have been fired after this past year, and he wasn't, Razorback fans are kind of like, well, so what are we doing here?
Right.
Like what? Why should we get excited?
Like if you guys don't care, why?
Yes, exactly. And then a lot of players that Arkansas lost to the transfer portal were some of Arkansas's best players.
Yeah.
I mean, Texas got Brad Spence, a linebacker who was a really good linebacker.
Yeah.
He goes to Texas. They lost Jalen Braxton, their starting defensive back, to Ole Miss. They lost Luke Haz, their starting tight end, to Ole Miss. They lost Patrick Kudus, their starting tackle, to Ole Miss. They lost Josh Braun to Kentucky. They lost Addison Nichols, another offensive lineman, to SMU. The list goes on and on and on.
A lot of SEC in there, too.
Yes.
It hurts even more.
And so I'm like, okay, if those guys are good enough to play for those schools, they should be good enough to play at Arkansas.
Yeah.
But because of just a lack of setup for success, whether it's NIL, whether it's just culture, whatever it is, you can't have that happen and then replace them, which I think there'll be some good players, but replace them with a bunch of guys that you don't know about because they're not SEC experienced guys. So all of that happens, and then Razorback fans are like, what are we supposed to be excited about? Like, where is the reason that we can be excited going into 6th year of Sam Pittman?
Yeah.
It's just not there right now.
I got it. John Neighbors from Inside Arkansas and Locked On Razorbacks joining us here at SEC Media Days at the College Football Hall of Fame in Atlanta. A couple more for you, John. Perfect segue. I did want to ask you about Brad Spence, right?
Yeah.
Third leading tackler on Arkansas last year, rotational linebacker. He's not going to have to start at Texas. And Anthony Hill, who's here today, and Leon Galafau are the two starters on this Texas defense right now. But what did you see from Brad Spence? What can Longhorn fans expect to see from him this year?
He was a guy that 2 years ago, he was basically a true freshman, hadn't played. And it's funny enough, in the very first game of the season, I believe it was Western Illinois, he had a pick six. And I think everybody in the stadium was like, who is Brad Spence? He's just one of those things where you didn't really know much about him.
Yeah.
And then you started seeing him play a little bit more. He was young, he was raw, so he didn't get as much playing time, but you kind of saw, okay, there's some potential there. And then this past year, after that, Arkansas lost their entire linebacker room, it felt like. And then this past year, they only added Xavier Sori, who was a 5-star out of Georgia at the linebacker spot. So people were excited about him. They were excited about Steven Dix. But Brad Spence kind of got put by the wayside. And then this past year, he was just solid. It's not like he's going to set the world on fire.
Sure.
And, maybe he does at Texas. Maybe the development happens and he just takes that next step. But he is just a solid SEC linebacker.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes fans of all types of fan bases may undervalue that a little bit, where, you want everybody to be a 5-star all-star. Of course, we all do. But sometimes you just need solid guys. And I think that that's exactly what Texas is getting in Brad Spence. They're just going to have a solid, reliable linebacker.
Yeah, nowadays, when you're playing 15, 16, 17 games a year, you got to have depth.
Right? Yeah. It's helpful.
Yeah.
It's definitely helpful.
Yeah. You know what? You took some shots at me, so I don't feel too bad for taking this shot at you.
That's fine.
Why can't you guys win a College World Series, man? What's going on?
Well, we have this thing called curse that I feel like is the case. No, it's brutal, man. It's truly brutal, and I feel for Dave Van Horn, because that's the thing is I love Dave Van Horn, and I know I'm a Razorback fan, but I love Dave, and seeing programs that I feel didn't deserve to win, like Mississippi State and Ole Miss winning, and then Tennessee with Tony Vitello, who was he's going to be the next Razorback head coach, by the way. I always want to make sure everyone knows that.
Put in the call.
I already know it. So but like seeing him at Tennessee win one, the protege win one for Arkansas, it cuts deep and it hurts. And obviously the 2018 drop foul ball, nothing will ever come close to that.
Mm-hmm.
But this past year, it's truly like my favorite thing. I was there in person, so I didn't get to watch it, but I went back and only one time I watched the highlights and the recap of it.
Yep.
And I think it was Carl Ravitch on the call. You could even hear it in the voice of the SEC, of the ESPN guys. They were just like, oh, Arkansas. Oh, no. Like, it's just like, I'm just feeling sorry because how does this keep happening in Omaha? I wish I knew, man. I wish I knew. Just once. I'd like to know what that holding the trophy in the national championship in college baseball feels like. So, no, there's always next year, though.
Always next year. All right, last thing. I heard one of your competitors, I think you like him, but I won't say his name. Fine. He's like, I think Arkansas is going to go 5-7, but I think we're going to beat Texas. Like it's a trap game spot for Texas. It's right after the Georgia game. It's before the A&M
game. Stupid remark. Whoever made that, that's a stupid remark.
I was going to ask you. I mean, I know we're months away, and we'll know way more about both of these teams by the time we get to November, the second to last week of the regular season. But Anything that gives you confidence that the Hogs can go to Austin and pull off an upset here right now?
I mean, listen, because of this game, it reminds me similar to Arkansas and LSU for a long time, where our LSU did not hate Arkansas as much as Arkansas hated LSU. So there was always, like I talked about, a little extra juice to that.
Sure.
And if the Texas team and players and coaches, if they get caught slipping, Arkansas is going to always go into that game, no matter the record, no matter what, with extra juice. And so if you do not just completely and totally address that, then you're going to have a possible upset on your hands.
Yeah.
However, if Arkansas goes 5-7 but has a win against Texas, y'all need to fire Steve Sarkisian. I'm just telling you right now. And it's not me saying like that's impossible for Arkansas to beat Texas. I'm just telling you right now, if Arkansas is 5-7 this year and Texas has a loss like that on their hands at home.
What if Texas is 11-1 in the one loss? I mean, not that it's a good loss, but like
I still think that you should just, if you're Texas, that should never happen.
Right.
That should just never happen. Texas, you guys got such a difficult schedule as it is too. You got, you're going to be going against some good SEC teams, then you got the playoffs and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So if you want that, that's fine, but you can't be losing to Arkansas.
Right.
If you want to be that team, and also if you guys did it, even if I went 5-7, I'm going to let y'all hear about it. I'm like, y'all are a joke. Yeah. That's why you're never going to be as good as you think you are, because you're losing to Arkansas, who went 5-7.
I would say we'll have you back on after that, but I don't think I want to hear that. So
yeah, well, I don't think it's going to happen. So we should be able to avoid it.
This was fun, brother. Appreciate
it. Absolutely, man. Appreciate it.
If you're okay with Texas fans spamming you, how do they? I'll let you promote what you've got going on. How do they find you?
Join the fan bases that spam me. It's fine. So you can find me on social media at John Neighbors Show. Neighbors with NABORS, because we spell it weird. But I do the Locked On Razorbacks podcast, also Inside Arkansas. We do live streams covering all things Razorbacks, which I know all your Texas, excuse me.
Yeah, come on.
Fan base. Yeah, everybody I'm sure wants to go and follow all things Razorbacks. But if you want to, there I am. That's how you find me. And if you can't find me, that's a you problem, because I'm everywhere.
There it is. You're the man, brother.
Thanks for appreciate it, man. Right. Thank you so much.
John Neighbors from Inside Arkansas, Locked On Razorbacks, kind enough to join me here for a few minutes at SEC Media Days. Good conversation there. I promise we don't have any Aggie folk coming on today. We hit the Sooners. We hit the Hogs. We will not go with the Razorbacks, but we will give a couple more sponsor shout outs. We mentioned AV Consultations and Sue Patrick. Those are two of our travel partners. Got to give some love to our other two travel partners, 7-Eleven. Do I even have to tell y'all what 7-Eleven has? You've been there. They're everywhere. There's tens of thousands of 7-Elevens all across the world. They've got everything you need to get you through the summer. The Slurpees, the big gulps, the coffee. They got iced coffee there too, if that's your thing. The great snacks. Y'all know I love the taquitos. I eat like 3 of them every time I stop by 7-Eleven. They will fuel you, and they have fuel for your car as well. The best convenience store in the world. Shout out to our guy Ashish, who owns and operates a few 7-Eleven locations in Central Texas. Big Longhorn fan, big TSU supporter, and a big part of why we are out here in the ATL. Love our guy Ashish. Love 7-Eleven. And also some love to our friends at POC Premier Lodge. That is Port O'Connor Premier Lodge. Our man Captain Rhino, another great friend, another big Texas fan. And if you're looking for a place to vacation this summer, you just want a little weekend getaway, but you don't want to have to get on a plane and go through TSA and deal with delays and everything that goes into air travel, go to Port O'Connor and pay our friends at POC Premier Lodge a visit. An all-inclusive fishing and hunting lodge that provides a bunch of different services, something that can meet your wants and needs. It's perfect for the family, perfect for a group of friends. You just want to go by yourself and catch some fish. Our guy, Captain Rhino, is going to get you on some fish. It's a great time of the year to go down there. Plus, they have evening cruises. They have navigation tours, so you can see the area. I'm telling you, the perfect weekend getaway if you are in the state of Texas and don't want to leave the best state in the union. POCPremierLodge.com for more information. That's POCPremierLodge.com for more information, or you can reach out to our man Captain Rhino directly, 361-210-8494. All right, Chris Gordy from Locked On SEC is going to join us here in a few minutes, but some of you may have seen this, but if you haven't, I think it's a great conversation. Yesterday, I chopped it up with SEC Network analyst Roman Harper. We talked about Texas. We talked about the biggest storylines around this conference. And, well, I don't have to tease it anymore because we'll play it for you right now. Media Days in Atlanta, joined by SEC Network analyst Roman Harper. Roman, thanks for the time, man. How are you?
Man, appreciate it. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear.
Good.
I got to ask you, man. Played your college ball at Alabama. Mm-hmm. Spent most of your career with the New Orleans Saints. Spent a couple years in Carolina. Do you hate Atlanta? I feel like you're supposed to hate this city now.
No, I actually I got a lot of friends that live here. So a lot of friends and family that live here. My brother lives here. I don't hate Atlanta because they never beat us. So like, it's
I was going to ask, like, you don't have too many bad memories in this city.
Yeah, like, America doesn't hate France because they never beat them. You know what I mean? It's like it's not an issue. It's not an issue.
Anybody give you weird looks though when you're walking around the streets here?
They only hate us because they ain't us. And, I had a lot of battles with Roddy White, and I buried the hatchet a little bit. But, like, it never bothered me because they at some point they were always going to lose.
That's 2 free wins every year, right?
2 free wins most of the time. I think I lost them like 4 times in my career. So
to say you played in the NFC South for a long time, so that's
11 years.
That's a pretty good record, right?
It was
there.
Not bad. It was not bad.
That's awesome. So hey, I want to get your thoughts on this year, but before diving into 2025, looking back at 2024, Texas's first year in the SEC, your thoughts on last year's team, what they were able to do, better than you expected, worse than you expected, about what you expected. How would you grade the Longhorns' first year?
I thought it was better than I expected. I just didn't know what to expect. Because Texas has this ability to sometimes lose games they weren't.
Yeah.
They've kind of gotten over that. I don't think they're that team anymore. I think they're going to be exactly what we think they're going to be from here on out. I think Steve Sarkisian has kind of gotten all that out of their system. I think he has them in a better place here. Now, I really enjoyed watching Texas, but it was all because of the defense last year. Defensively, they were salty. Everything up front, the secondary pieces that they had, they lost. I don't think we can give enough credit for how great Jahdae Barron was for this defense. Actually, also Andrew McComas coming in, transferring over from Clemson. Mm-hmm. They just played great team defense from a secondary's perspective. And so whenever you play great in the back end, it makes everything else up front look even better because, guys are covered. So the D-line has more time to get to the quarterback. Everything else is kind of falling into place. They matched. They played great communication-wise when covering guys down the field. I think these are things that nobody's talking about because I watch it all the time. Texas was excellent at it. Excellent. And so we'll see how great Michael Taaffe's season will be without all these other guys around him. Yeah. Because it was secondary is a collective sport.
I was going to ask, like, how important.
And they lost their pass game coordinator.
They did.
As well. So, like, you lost a lot of great key pieces to this secondary piece, and that they also lost some really good dogs up front defensively.
How important is that communication on the back end? Because 2 years ago, Texas made the playoff. They had a secondary that ranked in the 100s. Last year, they bring in McComas. They actually shifted Jahdae Barron from star to outside corner, and they become one of the best secondaries in college football. I don't know if you know this, Roman, but Jahdae Barron, Michael Taaffe, and Andrew McComas, they're all from the Austin area. They've all trained with the same trainer since they were 10 years old.
I didn't know
so
that.
Not only are those guys, great friends, they were teammates last year, but those guys had that chemistry that they built up for a decade. So how important is that with 2 of those guys now being gone, making sure that communication and chemistry is still there?
It's so important because you already know what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm in here, but I get a feeling like, hey, I'm inside. I'm in here. That's what I'm telling my corner. And he's not panicking when the wide receiver stems inside or if he does. He trusts me.
Yep.
And so the level of trust is so valuable from a secondary piece because the quickest way to lose a game is over the top.
Yeah.
And so like when you give up big explosive plays, which Texas didn't do that.
Right.
I think they were number 1 in the country in not allowing explosive plays.
Yeah.
So that's what happens. Safeties make tackles when the running back gets 10 yards. Not a big explosive play. It doesn't hurt us.
Yeah.
Because the wide receiver or the running back got down on the ground. So, like, all these little plays that people like we just kind of glaze over or gloss over, I think Texas was excellent in those areas defensively last year. And so we'll see how that kind of goes for them this year. I think that's going to be a huge piece that I'm looking at for Texas. Mm-hmm. But I anticipate Texas being right back in the SEC championship this year just because of everything that they bring back. Look, Steve Sarkisian got to be better too. All right? You can't call a crack toss from pistol formation from the 1 yard line.
I heard you saying that
can't do it.
at the next table.
You can't do it.
You're triggering my UTSD is what I call it. Like, you're hurting me with that.
It's just the truth.
Terrible.
He's got to be better.
Yeah.
All right. You can't do it. And you got to block the best player on Ohio State's defense if you do.
Yeah.
And so that play costs you.
I think about that every night. I don't sleep much these days because of that
play.
Play
costs you. Not only that, but defensive coordinators, for as good as we were all year, We got to let our team know screen or draw on first play.
Do we need a prevent defense with 30 seconds left?
You know what I'm saying?
Like, yeah,
we can't give up a 70-yard screenplay.
You just did our entire last 6 months of radio right there.
You can't allow it.
Yeah.
And so if you don't learn from those mistakes, they'll cost you again. And so that is what Texas has to focus on. You're good enough. We were there.
Yeah.
You just got to get those little things cleaned up, and we got to perform in the biggest moments. And schedule-wise, I think they'll still have a chance.
You said you think Texas will be back here in December for the SEC championship game.
I'm able to say that right
Would
now.
you peg Texas as the favorite in this conference? And if not, who's your kind of number one team going into this week?
I think I have less questions about. I just like what Texas has been doing.
Sure.
I think Sark has just been building and silently, and I think the facilities and what Texas has to offer.
Oh yeah,
athletes. As I've gone on that campus, I'm like, okay, they got more than what a lot of people have,
and more than you had when you were playing, right? Don't you wish you were a part of this era?
I mean, I don't blame that. It's like my parents had me too young. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? I was born in the wrong time.
Yep.
Because Texas has things to offer that other schools just don't have. Opportunities, and what Austin is, it's just different. And because of that, when you got a coach that's able to present that and talk about those things, it makes it exciting.
Yep.
And so I do have Texas as pegged as my favorite right now.
Go.
I got Alabama number 2, and then I got Georgia and LSU after that.
Okay.
And then after that, we have to see where games play. And, then you're going to have South Carolina, you're going to have Florida, you're going to have some other teams that are all around that kind of that second tier. Missouri has the schedule to be good and dangerous too.
Yeah.
So, but you got to win the games.
Right.
And we're going to see what Texas does when they have to go on the road to Georgia, and what Georgia is going to be as far as this season as well. I love it because the SEC is just super competitive.
It is.
And what is Texas going to be? Don't they got to go to the Swamp this year?
They do.
Yeah. So
conference opener.
What's that going to be?
Yeah.
Like, and so knowing that they're going to have to actually face DJ Lagway this year.
Right.
So with the secondary, who I said, they got to be better.
Yeah.
And they got to be able to make these plays and with some missing pieces. So this is what I don't know, but I'm also able to change my opinion.
Of course.
I told you I'm not going down with any ship.
Right. Well, we're going to learn a lot about this team in week 1.
Yeah. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Yep. And you know what? I think that's going to be a great test for them.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make or break your season.
Sure.
Because it's out of conference and it's an early game.
And 12-team playoff now, right?
12-team playoffs.
Yeah.
None of that matters. And so as long as you handle your business in the SEC, you're going to be just fine. But also Ohio State's breaking in a lot of new pieces too.
They are.
So, Ohio State paid all their money last year, and they're, so now they got to reset the time clock too.
Yeah.
So this is where college football is right now.
It's different, man. A couple more for you here, Roman. Now's your chance. Everyone's got a hot Arch Manning take. It's either your guy Paul Feinbaum and he's the best thing since Tim Tebow, or you're Steve Spurrier and it's if this guy was so good, why was he sitting behind Quinn Ewers the whole time? Where are you at? You don't need a hot take, but where are you at? What are your expectations for Arch Manning as he takes over this Texas offense?
Well, when I saw him play last year, the one thing that really stood out to me was I saw him do an RPO in one of these directional teams he was playing. And it looked like he'd been doing that since he was about 12.
Yeah.
It just boom, 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 flow. And when you have natural ability with the intention of being great and the time and the it wasn't rushed.
Right.
We never rushed in the kitchen preparing this meal of Arch Manning.
Yeah.
It's just like, no, we're good.
Yep.
Slow cooking it because the parents and the environment around him wasn't allowing him to be cooked fast. He went to Newman, where all the other Mannings went to.
Mm-hmm.
I know the school very well.
There you go.
All right. I know his grandparents. I know his dad very well. Well, I know his dad pretty good too. Last time I saw his dad we're at Stein's, one of our favorite sandwich places in New Orleans.
There you go.
He's always there. So, shout out to Stein's too.
There you
Great
go.
Place.
Yeah, give it to him.
And so, all these little things, because the environment is right and the coaching staff, he went there to play under Sark. He went there. He's recruiting. I also love that he was in St. Louis with one of his wide receivers at a football.
Yeah, you don't see that too often.
These are the little things that matter.
Yeah.
It's all about the little things. And when you get it, you get it. It's showing that, you know what, man, I love you. So I'm willing to go in places that maybe some people probably wouldn't go to because of you.
Right.
Because, sometimes to be the best leader, you got to learn how to serve first.
Yeah.
And so when you come from this attitude of servitude and service and what it means to do this for the neighborhood or being some kind of ambassador for New Orleans, or like you represent more than what's just on the name of your back, you get it. And so I think he's been raised right.
Yep.
And the Mannings have done a great job of that. I know his whole family. So they care about those things.
Sure.
And because of that, he cares about those things. And because of that, I think Texas has a chance because they have a quarterback that's different.
We just met. I appreciate you saying you love me, man. That's very kind. Last thing here, real quick. Hey, you're a Saints guy. People think the Saints might be taken for Arch. How cool would that be if Arch Manning ends up playing where Archie played?
It'd be interesting, but I don't think Arch is even thinking about the NFL.
Yeah.
That's like I said, they're not in any rush.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
They're slow playing.
They're slow playing it.
Yep.
Every other Manning has been a senior.
You're right.
It's not like they leave early.
Yeah.
So
it worked out well for the other ones.
You know what I mean? Like they're not. They're just not in that process of mind. And he's got money. So what are you rushing for?
Yeah, exactly.
You're rushing to get to a bad team where your dad got your grandfather's beat up and can barely moving around now because of what happened to his body. Don't rush it. Be a professional, which you constantly have all been. Your family's great. Don't rush it. You're going to be fine. The NFL ain't going nowhere.
It's well said.
So you're good.
Yeah.
And enjoy being a young man.
Yeah.
Enjoy being Texas because the difference in college to NFL is, hey, look, we give you grace in college. When you make bad throws, we talk about the college, we talk about the team, we talk about the head coach. We don't bang on players. You get drafted next week, you make that bad throw, this quarterback sucks.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so it's a different mentality. And sometimes we need to have more empathy and understand that these are all just young men trying to be the best of their ability. And it's tough.
Yep.
It's very, very hard. It's a hard game to play at the hardest position at quarterback. So give them some grace. And you have grace when you're in college. When you get to the NFL, there is no grace.
There's no grace. Roman, I could talk to you all day, but we know you got a million of these to do, man.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate the time.
It, man.
Thanks for joining us.
Man, you guys
here.
be good, man. I will enjoy myself in Austin. When I see
please
you
do.
guys.
Please. All right, good stuff. There he goes, Roman Harper from the SEC Network, kind enough to join us here at the College Football Hall of Fame. SEC Media Days continue, and special thanks to our travel partners for allowing us to be live in the ATL. Another special guest joining us here on Digital Drive. He is Chris Gordy, the host of Locked On SEC, also works at Sports Talk 790 down in Houston. Gordy, thanks so much for the time, man. How are you?
Yeah, bro. Good to be on, man. Thanks.
So a lot we can dive into. Part of me wanted to start with Texas, but as a guy who covers the entire conference, I'm curious, what storylines have you been paying most attention to, and will you be paying most attention to throughout the course of this week?
Well, I just tweeted it out. I mean, Arch Mania is going on right outside this, on the other side of this wall right now. I mean, they had the podium in the main room, and I mean, it was like 6 deep of reporters before he even got there. And he just sat down, and it's, everybody is huddled around him, hoping to get a piece of Arch. It's crazy, man. I mean, we knew it when he was first coming out of high school. Like, he's going to be in college, the next Manning. You knew hype was going to be around it, but it was all about where's he going to go. And it was like, well, he's not going to go to Ole Miss. He's not going to go to Tennessee. He wants to create his own path. And when he chose Texas, it was like, oh, that's right. They are coming to the SEC, so there will be an SEC connection there. But choosing his own path. And, now the time has come. He waited his turn behind Quinn Ewers. Yeah, I remember this time last year. I had people asking me, do you think Arch is going to go in the transfer portal? I'm going, for what? He picked Texas, and he's going to start when his time is ready. And they were like, well, is he really going to sit behind Quinn Ewers? Yes.
Yep.
And I thought it worked out perfectly. You never wish injury, but Ewers gets hurt for a couple of games. Arch got his taste of starts. It's funny too, as somebody said, well, he only started against Louisiana Monroe and Mississippi State. And I'm like, he can't pick and choose when Quinn Ewers gets hurt.
Right.
Like, it just so happened to work out that way. Now, what would have been really interesting if Quinn was hurt for the Georgia game and Arch had started. What would that have looked like for a whole game? We saw it for small doses, but I love his mobility. I mean, I think that's not talked about enough. That 67-yard run he had against UTSA when he got in there, and it was like, okay, he's got wheels. He looks more like Grandpa Archie, not Eli or Peyton, or even Cooper for that matter. So I bring all that back to say, like, all the hype is around Arch, and yet we have no idea what he's going to look like week one. We have no idea. I keep saying I think the game plan week one needs to be, don't even put the ball in Arch's hands to win or lose it. It should be focused on that run game. It should be all about C.J. Baxter and Trey Wisner. How's that offensive line doing getting a push? Yeah, he'll make some throws here and there, but like, I wouldn't expect a 400-yard passing day with 4 touchdowns. Like, I don't think that's going to happen week one. And how the schedule sets up, you come back home with 3 cupcakes weeks 2, 3, and 4. I almost look at it like just get out of Columbus with a win.
Yeah.
Find a way to win and you come back home and you can let Arch air it out as much as he wants those next 3 weeks. Let him build up his confidence and all that. Or does Sark want him to earn his confidence week 1 and say, we're going into the belly of the beast. We're going to Ohio State and we're going to show them what the hell we have in this arm cannon of Arch Manning. He could do that. I just think, in my opinion, I feel like they're going to play this thing safe or close to the vest. Let's get out with a win, no matter how ugly it is, and we'll get ready for the rest of the season.
Hey, 13-10 counts the same as 44-41, just whatever it takes to get a W.
Either way, you're going to have the overreaction headlines written. Either people are going to go, oh, Arch, not as good as we thought. Oh, he stinks and all this. Or it's going to be, if he throws for 10 yards and they beat Ohio State, he's the Heisman winner right now.
Give it to him right now.
Cancel the race. It's over. I mean, it's just all the extremes.
You're saying people overreact to week 1?
Yeah.
That must be new. Gordy, you've been covering this conference a lot longer than we have. You've been to this event more times than we have. You talk about the Arch Mania. Do you remember a time when an individual player has brought this much attention to this event?
There was 2. I mean, obviously it was Johnny Manziel post 2012.
Yeah.
After the excitement of that win in the Heisman, then the start of the 13 season. And then, of course, Tebow. I mean, Tebow Mania was as big as Arch Mania. So, that's kind of what it is. And we joke Arch Mania. It's not really a thing. But Tebow was pretty big. I mean, and he was the recruit that everybody wanted. He almost went to Alabama, goes to Florida, plays a little bit as a true freshman on that national championship team. And, I think, and he was the model citizen, much like Arch. Like, he was everything you wanted in a player.
Yep.
Said all the right things. Now, he was more on the religious side, I guess. But, like, Tim Tebow was a rock star. And then, going on to win another national championship. So the Tebow effect was real, and then the Manziel effect. Now, Manziel was the partier, man. Manziel was the signing autographs for money. Like, Manziel was the bad boy of the SEC.
Yep.
But, again, the hype around him, everybody wanted a piece of Johnny football. And so, yeah, those are the 3 that immediately come to mind, at least in my time. But yeah, I mean, it's just guys that bring a lot of hype, but backed it up. And that will be the question with Arch. Does he back it up?
Yeah. Chris Gordy from Locked On SEC and Sports Talk 790 in Houston joining us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered on Radio Row, Digital Drive, whatever the hell we're supposed to call it these days. All right. From a team standpoint, Gordy, we'll all get the ballot at some point. Maybe I just haven't checked my email. We already have gotten the ballot, but we'll get to vote on our projected order of finish in the SEC this year. Where do you have Texas? How do you think the Longhorns stack up? Do you think this team should be considered the favorite going into this season?
It's so tough, man.
Yeah.
I want to see the offensive line in work. I feel like they're pretty good. We saw a little bit of Gooseby last year, but I want to see the rest of that line and just see how they gel and how they perform together. Because, again, they may be fine. It may be a nothing burger. But what if they're not? What if they do struggle? What if Arch gets sacked 5 times against Ohio State? You know what I mean? Like, so not knowing that, again, everybody keeps telling me, don't worry about it. Texas is the best team in the SEC. Go ahead and put them 1 or 2 or whatever. But most people consensus, it sounds like it's Texas and Georgia are the 2. And Georgia, to me, we interviewed Kirby Smart earlier. I told him, I said, you're the one coach that gets the benefit of the doubt from me from a standpoint of roster overturn, because Georgia doesn't rebuild, they reload. And that's just kind of how they've been. Texas, I don't know if they are that. Sark has had some great recruiting classes so far, but he lost a ton for that team last year. Is it reload for Sark? Mm-hmm. And if it is, great. They're going to sustain the success, and Texas is going to be a problem for a lot of people for the next couple of years. Or does it take a tick back? And a tick back might be an 8-4 season, nice year. There was 1 or 2 games where Arch threw a pick, good learning experience. They'll go to the Outback Bowl, or I don't know, whatever it is, Cheez-It Bowl, whatever the sponsor is now.
Yep.
Go to a nice bowl game, and then 2026 is the year that the Texas Longhorns will take college football by storm. I mean, there's that thought, but again, we're going off of hypotheticals. LSU has built up, their roster is loaded with transfer portal guys. We have no idea what the hell they're going to look like.
Right.
Like Jack Pyburn and Patrick Payton and all these guys they got through the portal off the edge. I don't know if they're going to gel. If they do, LSU is going to be in Atlanta. They're going to be a factor.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, maybe you just answered it. Like, who's that third team? Because it does feel like, I don't know if Texas will end up being 1 or Georgia will be 1, but I feel like it's 1 and 2.
A lot of people are going Bama. I don't buy it with Kalen DeBoer. Nice guy. I've had a chance to talk to him before. I think he's a good football coach. I don't know if he's cut out for the SEC. And that, look, whoever was going to follow Saban, it was going to be tough. But 4 losses, losing to Vandy and losing to Oklahoma at both 6-6, like that's not good.
Yeah.
So, to me, color me a pessimist. I need to see it. He's got to prove it to me. Whereas other people are the ultimate optimists. They're like, oh no, Bama's back. Bama didn't go anywhere. It's like, did you watch the games last year? Like, look, monster win at home against Georgia, monster win on the road against LSU. But both those games are canceled out because of the losses to Vandy and Oklahoma. In my mind, so it's a wash. So, again, Kalen DeBoer, great guy. But look, I thought Brett Bielema was a hell of a coach at Wisconsin. He came to the SEC, got eaten alive at Arkansas.
He did.
Some guys just aren't cut out.
And now he's at Illinois doing a great job.
He's doing a great job. He's a great coach. Does it make him any worse of a coach because he failed at Arkansas? No. It's just some guys are not cut out for this league. Color me on the territory of I don't think Kalen DeBoer's cut out for the SEC.
I'm not allowed to say that as a Texas fan. Like, I feel like I have to bow down to Kalen DeBoer because his Washington teams beat Texas 2 years in a row in bowl game.
The Alamo Bowl doesn't count.
I know, one of them doesn't count. Nobody really cares.
And the
but the one
playoff
that
game, Quinn, if he hadn't played so poorly in the first quarter, they were coming back. They just kind of ran out of time.
Yeah, they were right there. The defense couldn't stop Michael Penix, and then we're ripping Band-Aids on old wounds right here. What about a surprise team, Gordy, in the SEC? Like you said, everyone's talking Texas, Georgia, Alabama's been trendy. LSU's getting a lot of love this week. Kind of feels like that's tier 1 in this conference. Anybody I didn't mention? Is there any other team that you think can actually get to Atlanta by the end of the year? Or if you want to take surprise like Vanderbilt, where they come out of nowhere and end up being a bowl team?
I think Vanderbilt will beat somebody we don't expect.
Okay.
And that's the Diego Pavia effect. He's just so good. I saw a mock draft the other day as Eli Stowers is the #1 tight end off the board.
Wow.
So if they've got the first round pick tight end and Diego Pavia and the rest around them, and they bring back a ton of their defense. I interviewed Martell Height the other day, Randon Fontenette. They bring back a ton on that defense that was already good last year.
They're beating Auburn because that's what Diego Pavia does. Right?
Well, yeah, I mean, he owns Hugh Freeze. But to me, it's, Vanderbilt's interesting. The schedule's tough. I would have liked to have seen them have 5 more minutes against Texas last year. It got a little hairy there.
Yeah, I would not have liked to have seen that.
And then Auburn is the ultimate wild card. Like, how good is Jackson Arnold? He was a former 5-star recruit that dealt with all the injuries at wide receiver last year. Now he's at Auburn, where they got stud wide receivers everywhere. Eric Singleton from Georgia Tech and Cam Coleman and all these guys. So if Auburn's offense is fixed, they're going to be a problem for a lot of people. So that might be a little surprise team. And then I love Taylor Green at Arkansas. He went under Bobby Petrino. He told me 2 years ago when he picked Arkansas, he picked him because Petrino was showing him film of Lamar Jackson. I'm not saying Taylor Green will be Lamar Jackson, but that's who he wanted to be. He was very productive last year. He had a lot of picks and some fumbles and all that. If he fixes those mistakes and he's cleaned those up and he's a more mature quarterback this year, Arkansas, could be that surprise team. Now, I say surprise, maybe 8-9 wins is a surprise. I don't think they'll get to 10 or even Atlanta.
Man, I'll tell you what, we just talked to John Neighbors, who you obviously know very well, and he's like 5-7, 6-6.
He's Debbie Downer. He is. John is the ultimate pessimist.
He is. All right, last question, Gordy, before we let you go. Last year it was 3. This year, how many SEC teams do you think will make the college football playoff?
It's 4. It's got to be 4. I think you'll have the 2 teams that play in Atlanta. I think you'll have 2 teams right below them at 10-2. The problem was the league cannibalized itself just a little bit too much last year. If Ole Miss wins at Florida late in the season like they were supposed to, they're in.
Yeah.
If Alabama wins at Oklahoma late in the season like they're supposed to, they're in. Heck, if A&M doesn't go on the road and lay an egg at South Carolina, they were knocking on the door and maybe would have had a chance. But, yeah, I think the league, everybody wants to poo-poo on the SEC. They were this close to having, 4 teams in last year. I think they'll have 4 teams in this year.
I love it. Thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
And real quick, opportunity to plug what you've got going on to our listeners.
Locked on SEC. It's podcast is growing and growing and growing. Our chase is we're just passed over 9,000 video subscribers. We're trying to get to 10,000. So if anybody watching this could just do us a favor, look up Locked on SEC, hit subscribe. It takes 10 seconds. We really appreciate that.
You're the man, brother.
Thanks, brother.
Thanks for doing this. Chris Gordy, check out the work he does, Locked on SEC. It's fantastic. It is a must-watch and a must-listen for all Texas football fans and all SEC football fans. And, you guys know the work I do with Locked on Longhorns. Gordy, another one of our great staffers that we have with the Locked On Network. Good conversation there. All right, a couple more sponsor shout outs. Got to give some love to our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave. I get it. There's a bunch of different dealerships around Central Texas. You don't need to go from place to place and spend a bunch of your time looking for a new car. Just head out to Covert Bee Cave. They've got 42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs. New, certified pre-owned, used, whatever you're looking for. Cars, midsize, crossovers, minivans, trucks. It's all there in one place, Covert Bee Cave. And of course, you could shop their inventory online at covertbeecave.com. Love them and the work that they do, and some love to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. It's hot. It's hot in Atlanta. I know it's hot back home. If your AC isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing, don't try to tough out these red hot Central Texas days. Call our friends, the experts at Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing HVAC in Central Texas for nearly 70 years. They also do plumbing now. So any HVAC issues, any plumbing issues that you have, call on the experts at Woods Comfort Systems. You can find them online, woodscomfortsystems.com. You can give them a call, 512-842-5066. It's Woods Comfort Systems, where comfort is our middle name. All right, another conversation. This is one that I know y'all haven't seen before because we just recorded it an hour or two ago. Joe Cook from Inside Texas. We've talked to SEC people. We've had OU people. We've had Arkansas people on today's show. Let's actually talk to a Texas expert about the Longhorns showing at SEC Media Days and some expectations for Texas football going into 2025. Without further ado, my conversation with Joe Cook of Inside Texas. Joining us now in the ATL, our great friend Joe Cook of Inside Texas and InsideTexas.com. You can follow him on Twitter at JosephCook89, and more importantly, the former co-host of the 1-0 podcast with yours truly. Still the best work that either of us have ever done.
I think it's up there. I don't know if I'm ever going to top those days.
No, that was a lot of fun, and boy, 1-0. What a time for Texas football when that slogan was a thing, huh?
You see Brian Kelly's trying to pick that up this year?
That's not good.
Good luck.
I am taking the under on LSU now. After I heard him say that yesterday on day one of SEC Media Days, I'm like, hammer the under on LSU. They're going to have a horrible season. He's getting fired. Didn't they want Tom Herman at one point in Baton Rouge?
They did. I remember that Thanksgiving night.
Maybe they can get him.
Joe Oliva, interesting guy.
Oh, man, good time. So Joe's here. We're here in the ATL. We're at the College Football Hall of Fame, and it is Texas Day, day 2 of SEC Media Days, and the Longhorns going on this afternoon, maybe going on right now, depending on when you are watching this thing. But, Joe, I guess we have to start with Arch. That's what everybody wants to talk about. I'm sure since you've been here, you've had 10 random people come up to you asking about Arch. We've had a bunch of that too. Your thoughts, your expectations on what we're going to hear and what we're going to see surrounding Arch Manning's first trip to Conference Media Days.
I think with Arch, he's really good at giving the right answers. He doesn't get too introspective. He doesn't go deep into the emotional, not abyss, but the emotional foundation of who Arch Manning is. Mm-hmm. And I think that comes from his family. He knows that, okay, you can be a football guy and you can give football answers and that'll work, but you can also still be a regular guy and you don't have to try too hard at it. And I think, especially at a place like this where I doubt they let him go through the entire car wash, but they're going to give him to some of the big people like CBS and ESPN and let him do all that. You're going to hear the same thing. And you're probably going to hear the same thing when you get him at Texas, locally. Like, I'm here to be a good teammate. Quinn was a great role model for me. Can't wait to step in. I'm really excited. I love my uncles. I love my grandfather. It's great. Yep. Coach Stark's got a great offense. Yeah, I like Ryan Wake. Just stuff like that. Like, you're not going to get – and, I mean, maybe it's because we're around it all the time, and so we're like, oh, here it goes again.
Yeah.
But you're just not going to get anything super deep from Arch, and that's fine. You'll get some fun stuff, I feel like, from Taaffe and A. Hill. But I think people around here, they're the way I've been in Arch, because a lot of people are big, and okay, I get it. He's only started games for ULM and Mississippi State, and they won 5 games last year. I'm just thinking, if you're replacing a quarterback who was a 3-year starter, who led you to 2 playoffs, who won a conference, this is about as good of a replacement as you could ever ask for.
Oh, yeah.
To be your next starting quarterback in your second year in the SEC. He is who he is as a player, as a person, and he's got experience. He's not just a true freshman coming in. So this is about, you have the last name aspect, But even if you remove the last name aspect, still a great situation for Texas.
I appreciate a rational Arch Manning take because it feels like everyone else has to say, oh, he's the best thing that college football has seen in decades, Paul Feinbaum, or, oh, he sucks. If he was really good, he would have played over Quinn Ewers last year, Steve Spurrier. So it's nice to hear a rational take about Arch Manning. But you're right. I mean, we've all heard it in Austin. He doesn't give you a whole lot, and that's fine. I'm perfectly comfortable with my quarterback not dishing out bulletin board material. Right. I wouldn't hate it if today all of a sudden Arch is totally different and he's like, oh yeah, we're winning the SEC.
Red Bull hat.
Yeah. The Viore shirt. He's got all the things. Yeah, we're winning the SEC. Like, we're going to be back here in 5 months. We're going to be playing in the championship game. And this year we're beating Georgia.
I'll take a Waymo when I get there to Mercedes-Benz.
Playing all those cards. But no, that's not what you're going to get from Arch. He gives 7 to 10 second answers. He doesn't get himself in trouble. And he's been preparing for this. Like, you could tell part of his just preparation into becoming the starting quarterback at Texas has been how to deal with the media. And it's not just since he got to Texas where that stuff started. I mean, Arch Manning has had a spotlight on him since he left the womb. I heard Chip did an interview with David Cutcliffe, who of course coached both Peyton and Eli in college. And Cutcliffe was like, yeah, no, we sent a scholarship paper to the hospital the day he was born. So literally, since he came out the womb, there has been spotlight on Arch Manning.
Or Ole Miss or Tennessee.
It's a great question. Yeah, we got to check the timeline on that. But he has been trained and he's prepared for this moment. So yeah, I don't think whatever he says is going to make a headline show, but I don't think he's going to say anything that is actually going to create too much headline.
The headline is going to be, I'm ready for this moment, or something like that.
Exactly. So that's Quinn. What about from Steve Sarkisian? Sark usually gives you a few things, and he'll have his press conference downstairs. He'll make the rounds up here. Anything that you're expecting to hear, maybe anything that you want to hear from the head coach this afternoon?
I always look for differences, and similar with Arch, if Steve Sarkisian talks, I'm okay. What did he say? Mm-hmm. And that, sometimes that's wasting 30 minutes of seeing him on Greg McElroy, and that is what it is. Sometimes he's on Cam Jordan's podcast at South by Southwest giving a CJ Baxter injury update. Mm-hmm. So I listen to everything. Yep. And so I'm looking for differences. What's he saying that's new? What's he saying that I haven't heard before? What Inside Texas hasn't heard before from like program sources, things like that? What is new for this year? And, I think there's going to be a lot of talk about the receivers and the transfer portal additions. Yep. He's gotten a handful of opportunities to talk about guys like Emmett Mosley, Jack Indries, go on the other side, Murad Watson, LaVon Johnson. I think what I want to hear is stuff about that, those new players, because I think everybody has some high expectations for Indries, kind of bring him in to be tight end one. And then I think Murad Watson, he's going to end up being a guy. I could see him starting, and I see him carrying on what he did for Syracuse in a different shade of orange.
Yeah, I'm looking to hear that as well. What are your biggest questions now, looking at the team aspect, before I ask you about Anthill and Michael Taaffe? Your biggest questions about 45 days out from the Ohio State game. What are you still looking to see as we get closer to the start of fall camp and then the actual season?
I think you got to look at O-line. And kind of similar, I've had a canned answer for Arch. I've had a canned answer for O-line. It's like, look, if you're losing 4 starters, that's tough. But if your replacement options are all either 3rd or 4th year guys or a 5-star, it's a pretty good situation. Yeah. You're going to have to replace starters. It's college football. And if you don't go to the portal, you got to go to your guys. Well, your guys include Cole Hudson, who, he's not a returning starter, but he's played a lot of football.
Sure.
Your guys include Neto Umeozulu, who's a 4th-year player and who's a big boy. That's a good way to look at it. And then Trevor Gooseby, is he going to be Kelvin Banks right away? Probably not. But did he show that he could play as well as Kelvin Banks can in certain situations against really good competition last year? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Your returner, a little bit about with DJ Campbell. A lot of good pub for him in the offseason. And then right tackle kind of feels like the big remaining question. Is it going to be Brandon Baker? It's pointing that way. Could Andre Kojo compete? Could Nick Brooks, come down from the clouds a little bit and be in a good situation and play some right tackle? Who knows? But those are questions that all college football teams have. You got to replace starters. You got to replace contributors. And I think with the offensive line, is there a lot more questions there than at any other spot on the offense? For sure. But are those questions like that debilitating? No.
Yeah, some of the other questions I have for you on the offensive side of the ball, the running back position, right? You brought it up a moment ago. I'm sure somebody's going to ask Sark for an injury update on CJ Baxter and Christian Clark. But for you guys, with what you're hearing at Inside Texas, what are you hearing about CJ Baxter and Christian Clark? And what type of roles do you think those guys are going to have behind Trey Wisner, who, of course, is the only SEC runner coming off 1,000-yard season?
Baxter, I think the news is as good as it can be. That was South by Southwest. He talked about, feeling good about him, making progress, all that. You hear making progress, feeling good. Sometimes they'll even say ahead of schedule. And you're like, okay, is that really true? But Baxter's going through those off-season workouts. He's doing the player run practices 7-on-7, and he's moving. And that's as good as you can ask for. That also means, I don't know if they're limiting it, but he's moving laterally, and that's the big battle when you're talking about those ligament injuries. So he's doing that. But then, of course, no pads are on.
Right.
No helmets are on. There's a mental thing to get through. There's a physical aspect to get through. At a certain point in practice, there's going to be some tackles, and it's like, okay, you better get ready to take this on because you haven't done it.
So that's a good segue right here, because last year, both CJ Baxter and Christian Clark got hurt during fall camp, but it was non-contact injuries. So if you're Texas, if you're Steve Sarkisian, how do you handle your running backs this year? Because you obviously don't want to lose two again before the year starts, but you want to make sure you're ready to go for maybe the biggest game you have all season in week one. How do you kind of deal with getting your running backs up to speed?
You can't change.
Yeah.
I think you've changed your spring. I think you've changed your summer, but you're getting ready for a football season. You're getting ready to play the national champions. And, maybe you limit some of your days where you go all the way to the ground, but you already did that in the spring. So you got to make up for it at some point. I think you just got to do what you do. Football is Bud Elliott says this, it's not a contact sport. It's a collision sport. You make choices when you put on the pads and the helmets.
Yeah.
That's one right away. And I think when you put on the headset and you put on the practice schedule and you put on everything on the calendar for the team, you got to get ready. You have to do it. And so will they be smart with how they individually handle Baxter and Clark? I think so. Yeah, you got to play football.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see what type of roles those guys have in week one, because obviously weeks 2 through 4, pretty easy opponents you should beat handily, and opponents that you should give a bunch of guys reps again.
Right.
But in week 1, is that a Wisner and Gibson game, and maybe give Baxter and Clark a couple of snaps, or do you say, this is one of our biggest games, these might be our best running backs, we have to have them on the field?
I think you have a talented enough room to really probably go committee.
Yeah.
You know what you have in Wisner, and he's reliable, but who knows how much he's going to be able to elevate his game. Gibson, well, I hope he can pass protect, because he was so bad at some point that they didn't even try it.
Right.
He get 2 pass protection reps all year last year. So maybe Wisner gets hot, and then maybe Gibson gets hot, and then you can try Clark. I think that could be a game where you can hit them with a lot of different looks and freshness. And then over the course of the next few games, okay, this one's yours, this one's yours, this one's yours, before you go to Florida. But if someone gets hot, then you know what? If you're cleared to play, go for it.
You're cleared to play.
You're cleared to play.
Yeah.
Which means that you're clear to be tackled. You're clear to take a hit. You're clear to fight for the end zone. Again, you're playing football.
Right. Joe Cook of Inside Texas joining us for a few more minutes. Before we go to the defensive side, Joe, I want to ask you about the wide receiver position, because, Sark, Texas was in the mix for Eric Singleton. He's at Auburn. Texas was in the mix for Zachariah Branch. He's at Georgia. That was kind of it in the first window. Then Texas went out and got Emmett Mosley V from Stanford in the spring window. It's a lot of unproven at Texas commodities on the outside. When you're breaking in a new quarterback, that scares me a little bit. Where are you at in terms of your confidence that this wide receiver room is going to be ready to go from day one?
I like the starters. I really like Ryan Wingo. He entered last year and played a lot last year as an athlete. He had to get better at being a receiver. Already has good rapport with Arch, came in at the same time. Saw them connect a couple times for scores over the course of last season. So feel good about where they're at. DeAndre Moore, I think, has really taken another step. I'm curious to see what they do, because Emmett Mosley played over the middle and in the slot for Stanford because they needed him to be close to a pretty poor quarterback. But he made a lot of great plays once he got back from injury last year, had some good games against the best teams that they played. And I think just because he was a West Coast player playing in the East Coast League, there wasn't a lot of hype around him. And he ended up being a pretty good player last year. And he's the type of player where, okay, he's not a 5-star out of high school, but he's also not, as heralded as Isaiah Bond was, but he's in between. He's a prospect with some level of development, but he still has another step to be able to take, not from the high school level. And that's something that we've seen, Matthew Golden did that last year.
Sure.
Matthew Golden was a great player at Houston, and then he took his game to another level at Texas. And I think they're trying to get something similar from Mosley. They have some positional versatility with him, with DeAndre Moore. You'd like Ryan Wingo to be an outside guy.
Yeah.
After that, that's a good question. Parker Livingstone's someone who had a lot of good attention on him. Aaron Butler, someone. And then you have those freshmen. Dalen McCutcheon's been surprisingly the most talked about freshman from that crew.
Very surprising.
So Texas keeps a short wide receiver room, but they have to find someone, because even though Sark keeps a short rotation, it's got to be more than 3.
It's got to be, yeah. And look, Texas stayed pretty healthy on the outside last year. I know Isaiah Bond dealt with a couple of hampers, but for the most part, they stayed healthy on the outside. So in case that doesn't happen again, you've got to have a little extra depth there. Onto the defensive side of the ball, Joe, I'll ask you about Ant Hill because he's here. If you could ask Ant Hill a question, and there's a good chance you get the opportunity to today, what do you want to hear from the captain of the Texas defense?
I want to know what he's done just to help in coverage. You watch his film from high school. That guy can go downhill really fast, and he did that as a running back. And teams, one of the reasons that he didn't play as much during his freshman year, and you saw a lot more David Benda, was because of coverage. And it's not to say David Benda was great at it, but he was better than Ant Hill. He moves to Mike linebacker, takes over for some really quality players who were before him, Jalen Ford and DeMarvin Overshone. He's the next guy, and he plays at Mike, and they don't put him there unless he's able to make it work in coverage.
Sure.
I think that's a big thing for him, because I don't have any concerns about him coming downhill, playing the run, meeting guys in the hole, rushing the passer, anything like that. I think he's rightfully ranked as one of the best players in college football. He's not going to be here next year.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to ask that cheeky question. He's going to be like, "Oh, I don't know, maybe," but he's
the type of guy who might actually say, "No, like I'm done."
Or he may actually say, like, "No, I'm coming back. I got to finish my degree." Like,
yeah,
but
that's why he's at Texas. He's playing school.
And then his agent goes like, "Hey, the first round money gets you a lot more than what you can get." And be like, "Okay, I understand. 3 years and go." But I'm interested to see what he sees from maybe someone like Brad Spence, who's going to be his backup. And I'm interested to hear what he says about guys in front of him, like at the defensive tackle position. He's had a lot of help over his first 2 years with great defensive tackles that make his life easier. And last year, we didn't expect them to be, they weren't Sweat and Murphy quality, but they were still really good, maybe best in the country. And that was a little bit of a surprise. This year, we don't know exactly what that's going to look like. How, you can't really know until pads come on, but maybe what he's seen from those guys in front of him as far as being able to make that defense work.
Yeah, I'm sure Michael Taaffe wouldn't tell you he's concerned with the secondary despite the losses of Jahdae Barron and Andrew Makuba. But I'm curious to you, Joe, like those 3 guys together, everyone knows the backstory. They've known each other for years. They're all from Central Texas. They all train with the same trainer. And you could tell the communication and chemistry was elite for Texas. And that's why the pass defense went from one of the worst in the country in 2023 to one of the best in the country last year. What's your concern level? Obviously, Michael Taaffe's a stud. Manny Muhammad's there. I mean, you've got plenty of talent back there, but what's your concern that maybe the secondary takes a step back here in 2025?
It's going to look different because right now there's not that lockdown corner. You could play 10 on 10 because he knew Jahdae Barron had his guy. I don't know if Jalen Gilbo can do that. And that's going to alter the structure of the defense. Maybe that means you don't see as much 3 deep where you're relying on Manny Muhammad and Jahdae Barron to cover that third of the field and have it handled because they've had it handled. Maybe you have to play some different coverages, lighten up some responsibilities. And while that may still help the pass defense, that changes the rest of the defense. So I'm really curious if they're going to be able to keep the single high aspect of it, because that helped them so much in that run game. They had the defensive backs to do it last year. I don't know if Jalen Gilbo is able to do that. I think playing corner is going to be an easier position for him because you're in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
The guy's got 2-way goes on you. You're asked to make sure that, help in the run game. I think that's a tough position, and I think he handled it well, but corner is different. And having a Thorpe Award-winning corner can change how you play defense. And if Texas doesn't have that, they're going to have to change how they play defense.
That'd be awesome if Jalen Gilbo could be the next Jahdae Barron, right? And it feels impossible to predict that you're going to get another Thorpe Award winner, but a guy who goes from that star position to outside corner and doesn't miss a beat, that'd be huge for this Texas defense. Last thing, Joe, before we let you go. You going to Magic City while you're here?
No. I'm probably gonna stick with all the corporate media stuff and stick with that. Not my type of place.
Yeah, I don't
Not
know
my
if there's
type
going to
of
be
place.
strippers at the media party tonight. I'm not sure if they're going to be invited there. Wouldn't hate it.
So here's the thing. I've been to Atlanta a few times, and I don't know if it's underrated, and it's probably a tourist trap. But the Westin has a restaurant at the top.
Okay.
That has a restaurant that kind of spins around, and you can see all of downtown Atlanta.
I like that.
It might be a tourist trap. It may be $11 for something of lesser than Altstadt quality,
right?
But you're still at the top at the 90th floor looking around.
Thank
so
you for
maybe
the
that's
Altstadt
something I
plug
do there.
Have you done that before? Or you just keep hearing about
Long time ago.
Okay.
Sundial.
They've got one of those in Dallas at Reunion Tower, which is kind of cool, but it's very overpriced. Same kind of thing.
And
it's like, what am I
Reunion
doing?
Tower is only so tall. This
Right.
one's up there.
You're right. Yeah, that's interesting. Joe, how do the people find you?
InsideTexas.com, $1 until kickoff of the Ohio State game. So go and join Inside Texas on all our socials. And I'm at Joseph Cook 89.
Boom. You're the man. Thanks for doing this.
Always fun, man.
All right, brother. Joe Cook of Inside Texas joining us here at SEC Media Days in Atlanta. All right, so we're going from guest to guest here. Thanks to Joe Cook of Inside Texas for joining us here at the College Football Hall of Fame. And here's a face and a voice that y'all know very, very well. Our man Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered, kind enough to join us live in the ATL. See, Philly, what's up, brother?
PK, what's up, man? It's good to be back. I was about to say it's a very familiar setup. Feels like home, man. It feels good.
You look sharp, man. You're always one of the best dressed guys at these events.
Dude, I'm just something light. Just doing what I can.
Something light.
Trying to keep up with you.
You got guys in T-shirts and shorts walking around.
It'll be a little bit more casual for me as we go throughout the week. Some of the SECU gear will probably make an appearance. But, no, man, it's great to be here with you. Obviously in Atlanta. We did it last year in Dallas. And just a sign that football season's close, man. It never stops for us, right? So, but no, it's a lot of fun. Glad to be here. So.
I think you've already made the announcement for your week 1.
Oh yeah.
But, okay, I just want to make sure I'm not breaking any news.
No, we're going to Columbus. Yeah, it's well documented. Pinned to all of our socials and everything. So if you've missed it at this point, yeah, we're going to Columbus. Going to follow the Longhorns up there. I'll be rocking burnt orange. It's no secret who we're pulling for. So yeah, it's going to be fun. I mean, I've never experienced the shoe. Thought about for maybe a millisecond going to LSU Clemson, but it was a pretty easy decision. I mean, just it's the rematch of the playoff. It'll be a top 5 game. Obviously, you see the arch mania that took place today. That's only the beginning. It's already began, but this is really only the beginning. It'll be him against Julian Sayin. And I mean, a game that, I don't think that's a game where the loser of that is like knocked out of the playoff conversation by any means. But, it's an important game for the SEC for perception. Haven't won the national title in a few years. Obviously, Ohio State, the reigning national champions. And I think Texas certainly is the favorite out of the SEC to win it all. So, it's a big game from the perception standpoint. There'll be stars all over the field. You could argue Ohio State's got the 2 best players in the country on offense and defense, Jeremiah Smith and Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
Obviously, guys like, Ant Hill and Colin Simmons would have something to say about that on the Texas side. And then certainly maybe Arch Manning will put his name in the hat for best offensive player. So it's going to be a great game. I can't wait. Wish it was a night game. I know it wouldn't help Texas, but, wish it was a night game for selfish reasons. But I can't wait for that, man. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be awesome. And you're wearing a burnt orange shirt up there, huh?
Something of that nature. Yeah, we've dropped some SECU team colorway stuff. So I know at minimum I'll have on either maybe you can help me out. I'm either going to go the black hat with the burnt orange SECU or the white hat with the burnt orange. I don't know. I know Texas doesn't dabble in black a whole lot, but I might have to just go with the white, the icy whites.
That's a clean
Texas
look,
will
man.
be rocking the icy whites, so we might have to go with the icy white.
If you're rocking the white hat.
Yeah,
we're
going to be, like I said, we're going to be openly up there pulling for the horns. There's no question.
I like that. So I know the answer to this question, but you haven't said it on these airwaves. Where are you at with this Texas team going into 2025? Well, obviously, go around the conference. I want to get your thoughts on a number of teams, but it is Texas Day here in Atlanta. A lot of folks very high on the Longhorns going into 2025. Of course, we all know what they did last year in year 1 in the SEC. Where are you with Texas? Do you expect them to be a factor despite everything that they lost from 2024?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a factor. I think they're going to be a major factor. I mean, I think there's 4 teams right now that I look at, and certainly a dark horse could come outside of the top 4. And I mean, after last year, man, I'll never go into a season ever again. Not saying I did last year, but assume that I think I know, because last year just everything got turned on its head and everything we thought was up was down and left was right. It just was nonsensical. But, you know, I think Bama, Georgia, Texas, and LSU, I feel pretty confident about like that top 4. I expect the SEC title game to be a duo of 2 of those 4 to make it.
Sure.
You know, certainly I think Florida could play spoiler and be a dark horse. Maybe Oklahoma could play spoiler. Maybe Auburn. Like, I think there's some teams that maybe have some really high ceilings, but also really low floors, very volatile teams. But, yeah, I mean, for me, I've got Texas in the SEC championship game. I've got Bama finishing first in the league playing Texas, but I've got Texas hoisting the trophy, kind of going back, getting some redemption. But, yeah, I mean, be a factor. I think you'd be crazy. I think, personally, you'd be crazy to say that Texas wouldn't be a factor in some capacity. I mean, the only way, and, I mean, I was talking to some other folks, the only way maybe they wouldn't is if the quarterback play just completely fell off a ledge. But, I mean, even if Arch disappoints, they've still got a good enough roster to go at minimum 10-2 and make the SEC championship, or just make the college football playoff, which is what it really comes down to. So, yeah, definitely high on this Texas team.
All right, CP, we gotta pivot because Anthony Hill is joining us now. You're the man, brother.
I'm not quite that.
We'll talk to you soon, man. Anthony, what's going on, man? Brad Kellner, pleasure. Thanks for joining us, man. Headphones on. You're good. Thanks, CP. All right, very special surprise.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Anthony Hill joining us here at SEC Media Days. There you go. Don't mess up the hair, man.
Yeah, man. It's all good.
You got more hair. You got better hair than I do, so it doesn't matter for me. Good to see you, man.
Thanks for having me.
You're looking sharp.
Thank you.
Where'd you get this suit? What's the story behind this?
I got this from Soto. It's actually from the season. I never wore it. Then I've been having these shoes for a little while. I just feel like it matched perfect for the outfit, so just put it all together.
Did you save it for this?
I didn't necessarily save it, but it ended up playing out that way.
Yeah. So what does it mean to be representing your football team, but also your university here in Atlanta?
It's been pretty cool. Like, this has been a good experience. It was better than I expected. It's been a nice vibe getting to meet all these different people and talk to all these people. So it's been pretty cool.
What's I saw a quote you said earlier. It's a good day to not be Arch Manning. What's it like just looking over to your side and seeing all of those people surrounding the quarterback?
It was pretty funny to see, but I feel like he takes it all in well, knowing who he is and understanding what comes with it. So he does a good job of handling everything.
Yeah. How excited are you? I mean, for a lot of fans, right, media days, it kind of signifies that the season is right around the corner. How excited are you to just get back on the field after the way things ended last year?
Man, it's really exciting. I've never been so excited for a fall camp in my life. So I'm just ready to go out there and compete with my teammates and get ready for the season.
Yeah, I know you're always excited for any new season, but is there a little extra juice because you're playing the team in week 1 that ended your year last year?
You know, we try not to think about that and focus on it, but of course it's in the back of our minds and we want to go out there and go get the win.
Okay, I love a good answer right there. So no revenge. You're not talking about
no
that
revenge.
Game. You're just focused on
focus on
year.
us.
I love it. Some guys that maybe fans aren't talking enough about, right? Everyone's talking about you. They're talking about Michael. They're talking about Arch, the guys who are here. But who are a couple of potential maybe breakout candidates for this team? Some guys that are impressing you in practice that could make big plays for this team this fall.
I feel like Kobe Black has been having a good summer, a good fall. So I feel like he's gonna be a guy that we're gonna have to watch out for on the field.
Okay. Anybody on the offensive side?
Offensive side, I feel like he's in a breakout, but Ryan Wingo's been doing a great job and been having a great fall.
Excited about him.
Yeah.
All right. That's great. And what are some of the big games that you're looking at? Do you focus on like certain matchups that you have keyed up on, or are you just taking it week by week, whatever you play?
I kind of take it week by week and focus on, but of course, when we play Oklahoma, that's one of the bigger games. When we play teams like Florida and teams like all these SEC games are pretty huge and pretty important because every week it shifts every week. All these teams are really good.
Absolutely. How much fun was it last year on the field, putting on that golden hat, celebrating that win up in Dallas?
That was one of my favorite moments of the season, man. Putting on that gold hat after the game is extremely important.
Is that your favorite memory as a Texas Longhorn so far?
I'll say winning a Big 12 championship right now is my favorite, or beating Alabama.
Yeah, okay. That's a perfect segue because I want to know your goals first.
Yeah.
So I'll ask it as 2 separate questions. What are your individual goals? What do you want to accomplish here in 2025?
My goal is to win the Buckets, win the Gursky, and win those awards. I want to go win them, and season-wise, I want to go win a national championship.
Okay, SEC championship, the national championship.
Yes, sir. I want to go
the
win
order
both.
of preference.
Yeah.
Okay, so I saw a mock draft with you. I don't want to put you on the spot and be like, is this your final year? But I saw a mock draft where you were going in the top 5.
Yeah.
You play a position that's not always regarded as one of the most important or premium positions on the football field. What does it mean to see people think that highly of your game that you could be in that conversation as a top 5 or 10 pick whenever you do go pro.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I see guys being projected first round all the time and don't go there. But at the end of the day, you got to handle what's on the football field and what's in front of you in this moment.
Do you feel like you get enough love and respect? I think you know how much this fan base loves you, and Texas fans appreciate you. But do you feel like nationally you're talked about enough as one of the best, not only linebackers, but players in the sport?
I try to stay in my square and just focus on what I can handle. I don't really care about what other people really think. I just focus on what this football team and what I got to do to help us win.
That's awesome. What's your favorite part of being a Texas Longhorn?
Favorite part is just living in Austin. I feel like living in Austin has been amazing towards me. I got staying in a good place and being able to go around in all these different neighborhoods and live and see some of the stuff we see in Austin has been pretty cool.
That's great. Have you played the new video game yet?
Of course, I've been playing a little bit.
How good is Texas? I haven't got my hands on it yet.
They're pretty good. I mean, we got a pretty good team on there.
Are you happy? What do you like, the 3rd or 4th highest ranked player in the game?
Third or fourth. Yeah,
is it high enough? I mean,
yeah, I'm happy with my rating, 95. Okay. I feel like I can be happy with that.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks so much for joining us. We know you've done 100 of these today. Oh, that's all court. There it is. It's all good, man. You're the man. You're looking sharp.
Thank you.
Thanks for a few minutes today. And
thanks for having me.
We'll see you back in Austin.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Anthony Hill joining us here at SEC Media Days. Looking sharp. I couldn't pull off that suit. I couldn't pull off those shoes. Definitely couldn't pull off the hair for a number of different reasons. It's good to see you, brother. Thanks so much. Anthony Hill spending a few minutes here. Thanks to the folks at Texas for making that happen. All right. Matt, you want to come on for a few minutes here? Very unexpected. Had to say goodbye to Chris Phillips. I feel bad, but I think he. Oh, really? No, I think he understood that Ant Hill came by, and I would have loved to talk to him for about 30 minutes, but I didn't. I saw Thomas looking at me, and I'm like, I don't want to tick him off too much. But Matt Galatzan, one half of Open Gym, joining us now. Of course, Open Gym with Matt and Patrick will get going in about 9 minutes officially. You guys are going to have great sound. You were downstairs hearing from Steve Sarkisian, hearing from Arch Manning, hearing a little bit more from Anthony Hill. What are your big takeaways from what you've seen on Texas Day here in Atlanta?
The Arch mania is palpable.
Yeah,
that's definitely one thing. If you look downstairs, there's probably some screenshots on Twitter somewhere. I think we tweeted one out from the Texas Sports Unfiltered account. Basically the entire media room is down there surrounding him, and you kind of feel bad for the other guys because they're they got a decent media contingent, but everybody's here to see Arch, and he's carried himself extremely well. He's a very humble guy. He answers questions very well. He's says all the right things at all the right times, so that's been good. And I've been really impressed with Sark and just his answers to all of these questions. I mean, he's been put on the spot a couple of times. It was early on in the media session downstairs with the whole contingent. He was asked about their goal line struggles right out of the gate, and he answered that very well.
What do you say? Is that
he just said that that's something that they obviously are going to work on this off season, because the last couple of years it's been they were 10 yards away from playing Michigan in a national title game against Washington, and they were 10 yards away from going to overtime with Ohio State. So that's obviously going to be a big focus of theirs, and they're going to work on that real hard this offseason and through training camp. He also had some really good updates about CJ Baxter, which I was very pleased with. He talked about how he is exactly where he wants him to be in terms of his recovery, and he's on pace to be ready to go, but he's not going to push him too hard to get there too soon. He just wants him to be comfortable, and not just from a physical standpoint, but from a mental standpoint as well in his ACL recovery. So a lot of good stuff out there. And also Michael Taaffe, you have to mention the tie that he was wearing as well, commemorating all the victims of the Camp Mystic disaster down there.
Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't, I've been here doing the show, so I didn't hear Michael's explanation. I saw kind of from afar that there were a bunch of what looked like initials on there. That's really cool.
Yeah, he was really moved by that, and he wanted to shed a light on that. So that's props to him for being able to bring that up here, because that's a very important thing going on in the world right now.
That's a guy who gets it. I think there are plenty of examples over Michael Taaffe's Texas career that shows you he understands what he means and what just Texas football means to the community. But at a place like this where you're representing your school, you're representing your university, but you're also representing yourself. To do something like that, not a lot of people are doing what Michael Taaffe did with that tie today.
Yeah, he's a special kid for sure, and he really understands the way the world works, and he's a leader on this football team. He does everything the right way. I mean, he's out of every player on that team. There's state champions littering the roster. There's 5-star recruits littering the roster. He's a guy that probably has the best story out of all of them. And I think that coming as a walk-on and then eventually developing yourself into an All-American type football player, he really sort of got a perspective on both sides of just the life of a football player and the work that it takes to get there. And obviously he was raised very well, and he's a special kid.
Yeah, man, it's a great opportunity for him to get to represent Texas. And like you said, I mean, the story walk on to All-American, and he's going to be playing on Sundays, right? Like, he could have left and got drafted this year, decides to come back for one final ride at Texas, and if things work out, like, I don't think he's ever going to be a first-round pick, but could he be a potential day 2 pick when it's all said and done? If he goes out there, has another All-American caliber year, Texas makes another deep run to the playoff, it's not the most far-fetched thing to think that he could end up going relatively high next year. And compared to what he was and where he was when he started at Texas, it's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, maybe he won't be a first-round pick, but if there's anybody on this football team that I would not count out to be in that position that's going to work his way to get into that position, it would be Michael Taaffe for sure. He works as hard as anybody else, and he might not have the athletic gifts of a Jelani McDonald or a Jonah Williams, but he's always in the right place at the right time. He always makes the right plays. He carries himself the right way, and I think that NFL teams are really going to value what he brings to the franchise wherever he ends up.
I think you're right. Your thoughts on this Texas secondary, I guess, as we kind of transition this to some team conversation. Obviously, Jahdae Barron's gone. Obviously, Andrew McCova's gone. Those guys were hugely important to the success of Texas's defensive backfield last year. You feel like they've got enough talent with Michael Taaffe, with Manny Muhammad, and everybody else. You still feel like that can be a strength of this Longhorn football team in 2025?
Oh, absolutely. Sark talked about it earlier a little bit. He thinks this entire defense is the deepest that they've ever had, and I think it starts with the secondary. You mentioned Michael Taaffe and Jelani McDonald and Manny Muhammad, but you also have to take into account guys like Derek Williams, who are coming back, who weren't even on the field for the majority of last year, and Kobe Black, who's really, expected to take a step forward, and Jordan Johnson-Rebel and Jalen Gilbo and all these guys who, have been there, and guys who are trying to make a name for themselves as well. The secondary is as talented as it's ever been. Jahdae Barron is obviously a huge loss. That there's no secret about that, but they have enough players in that secondary to help, replace that loss and potentially be even better on the back end just because of the sheer depth numbers that they have back there.
So I don't want to steal your show. I don't know what you and Patrick have planned, but
I don't even remember what we have. I've been so busy today.
Been running around. We have not talked about this today. I know, the news broke during the Lone Star Playbook, so Jordan and Will gave their immediate reaction, but it's always exciting when your team is on the clock, on the podium, whatever, at conference media days. When you can do that hours after picking up a 5-star recruit, that makes it even cooler. Tyler Atkinson, the 5-star linebacker from the state of Georgia. Also, Georgia was talking today. I think Kirby Smart, who I don't know if he's ever really that happy, but had a little more scowl on his face today, maybe because of that news that dropped. How big of a get for Texas to get a 5-star linebacker, not just any 5-star linebacker, to go into Kirby Smart territory and get Tyler Atkinson? That feels like a pretty huge deal.
Well, I think you can look at it two different ways. Number one, the way Texas recruiting has been going this summer, they kind of needed to make a splash at some point, just to keep the fans happy, right? So you go get the number 1 linebacker in the country, 5-star recruit. You get him out of Georgia, where the talent is per capita as good as anywhere in the nation. And then you look at it another way. You beat Georgia for the second year in a row for the number 1 recruit in Georgia.
Yeah.
that is something that Steve Sarkisian can hang on his mantle.
Defensive player too.
Yeah,
like that feels like it means more because Kirby is a defensive guy.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a quarterback, it might make a little bit more sense, or given who Sark is. But the fact that you can go into Georgia back-to-back years, get the number 1 defensive player, and take them from Georgia, like from Kirby Smart himself, I think is just an absolutely massive win. And he's a super impressive prospect as it is. One of the most physically gifted linebackers that you're going to see in the last couple of years. So he should fit in very well with what they like to do. And if Johnny Nansen gets to stick around for a couple of years, he should be able to do something special with him.
Yeah, I mean, some of the numbers. Let me see if I can pull them up. I mean, it's video game stuff that Tyler Atkinson is doing in high school right now. How about this? Last year as a junior for Grayson High School in Loganville, Georgia, less than 40 miles away from Athens, by the way. 166 tackles, 32 TFLs, 13 sacks. Also had 3 PBUs and an interception as well.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves, don't they?
That'll work. And his team won a state championship.
Yeah,
too.
I believe that's Georgia 7A football, which is the highest classification they have there. That's the equivalent of Texas 6A football.
Yeah.
The competition doesn't get any better.
I was going to say, you said it, like per capita, Georgia's right there with Texas, with Florida, with California is like the most talented high school players in the country. So he's not, some questions about, Arch Manning, who's he going up against in high school? Can you put that much stock into with this kid? He's going up against some really, really good talent and putting up absurd numbers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then you just look at the guys that have come from Grayson itself.
Yeah.
Dating all the way back to like 2011 or 2012 with Robert Condici going to Ole Miss. And then there's been just guy after guy that comes through that program that turns into an elite superstar at the college level. It seems like Tyler Atkinson has a really good chance to be the next one. I know they're really excited about it. Sark got asked about Tyler Atkinson specifically during the media thing downstairs, and obviously he can't answer that.
Yep.
He talked his way around it very well, and about how just the value of being able to recruit nationally.
That's it.
Is so huge to this program now. Now that they've been able to be in the SEC, it sort of opened that door, and you've seen the effects of that over the last couple of years, just with Justice Terry and Tyler Atkinson. But there's been plenty more as well that have come from the Southeast, where typically Alabama and Georgia and all those programs are just picking who they want. But now Texas is in there and they're making it hard.
It's cool to see. You got a quarterback commit from Florida. You got a 5-star edge from California. You've got now a 5-star linebacker from Georgia. You got guys from Mississippi and Louisiana. It's a national thing right now, and that's really cool. All right, 4:00 Central Time. I see our guy Patrick Davis in the waiting room. PD, what's going on, brother?
I'm doing good, man. I've just been watching SEC Media Days all day long. I'm doing it from remotely. I'm from the house. I'm watching it all day long unfold. But it's definitely a lot of good stuff happening today. Yeah, anytime you get a 5-star recruit and then you get to go out and have everybody freak out. We got to see Paul Feinbaum just kind of old man ogle Arch Manning from a distance.
Oh boy,
that was fun. They showed the clip of him in the break shaking Arch's hand, turning around, looking at the camera, and being like, boy, oh, man.
That guy who's around all these great athletes all the time, and Arch Manning. Look, Paul Feinbaum has a lot riding on Arch Manning this year. You could argue Steve Sarkisian, like a lot of people do, but I don't know if anybody has more riding on Arch Manning's success in 2025 than Paul Feinbaum because of what he said a few weeks ago, right?
No, it's really hard to imagine. He's saying he's the best quarterback since Tim Tebow in college football. You get past Vince Young, and then it's Tim Tebow, and then you got guys like Cam Newton, Joe Burrow, Johnny Manziel, Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota, multiple Heisman winners, all these players, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield, all these players. And Arch is the best already after starting 2.5 games. That's a take for sure. I've said this to Patrick a couple times on our show. Let's let the kid play some football.
Oh, that's not fun. Come on.
Like before we crown him the best ever.
I just like Paul Feinbaum is not a dude who sticks his toe in the water.
No,
Paul Feinbaum takes a swing rope into the middle of it. Just right in.
Well, it's the funniest thing ever because for years, Paul Feinbaum was dunking on Texas. Oh, they're not ready for the SEC. They don't know what it's like to compete in this league. They don't have a chance to win. And then now it's, Texas's quarterback is about to be the best thing the sport has seen since Tim Tebow 2 decades ago. And it's like, we keep receipts, dude. Like, we know what you said. But you're right. He doesn't just dip his toe in the water. He is he's 2 feet in all the time.
Yeah, and he's guaranteeing Texas will beat Ohio State. He's picking Texas to win the national championship. All of these different things. And it feels like, man, just keep that take to yourself because we don't want you to jinx us because typically he's not, when it comes to predictions like that, he's not really on the right side of them most of the time. So hopefully it works out this time.
He was just giving friend of Open Gyms, Brooke Alston, I had him on the show, and he was giving him a hard time about some Georgia takes. I'm like, Paul, you can't be giving people hard times about takes. If you're going full in, you got to leave. You got to kind of go with it.
Goodness. All right, guys. Well, I'll leave y'all to it. Matt, thanks for popping on a few minutes early.
Sure.
Apologies to Chris Phillips, who's back just staring me down because I had to neglect him for Anthony Hill. But fun show here today, and I'll be listening to you guys. And yeah, have a good one, guys. See y'all.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Appreciate you, BK. Yeah, welcome in here to Open Gym, as we've got my man Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI in Atlanta right now, enjoying SEC Media Days. I'm back here at home base in Austin, Texas. As we get rolling in, I do have some audio. I don't have all the audio cut up, as it is impossible while you're trying to watch all of the things happening and keep up with everything to then cut up another hour and so of audios. But I do have a few clips of audio from Michael Taaffe and from Anthony Hill for you a little bit later today. We'll play some of those clips, some of the good stuff they had to say. We'll talk about what Sark said on the podium today as well. A lot of different topics that he had questions about. We'll get into those as well. Arch Manning also spoke to a gigantic crowd. Did you get to see how big the crowd was, and Matt, and see how everybody was over, maybe over the top, going for Arch Manning and trying to get him in, and Arch gave not a lot back, but it was a lot. It seemed like a lot for him.
Yeah. No, they announced, actually, even before they announced that Arch was going to be in a certain spot and Anthony Hill was going to be in a certain spot, people, while Sark was speaking, people were already starting to gather over where they thought Arch might be. And then as soon as Sark got done, they announced where everybody was going to be. And it seemed like the entire media room headed to where Arch was. And there was 10 people talking to Ant Hill, and there was 10 or 15 people talking to Michael Taaffe, and Arch just has this conglomerate of people trying to stick mics in his face. Yes. I don't know how you get into question edgewise in that kind of a situation, but we got kind of lucky earlier because they had a Texas media only breakout session with Sark and the three players. So we got to get I got to get a little bit more content and a little bit more insight in there. And I probably sent an hour and a half worth of audio to Patrick today, and his head is probably swimming over there while he's trying to prep for the show. So maybe we'll be able to play some of that stuff tomorrow or the next day or whatever.
Yeah, we'll have more Sark audio and more Arch audio tomorrow, because I got to kind of clean up their audio a little bit more. It was a little bit, you could tell, a little bit more conversation happening, a little bit more hoopla happening with those two guys. We'll clean up their audio a little bit more for tomorrow. Also, Arch doesn't talk into the mic. You know what? If that's his biggest problem, I'm fine with it. He was doing the interview, and if you're watching it, they kept going up, and Bianco had to go up, and they kept being like, talking the mic, Arch. So, but look, he's really a clever guy because he answered everything. He's quick with it, but he's not going to give you anything. It really seemed like he wasn't going to try and give too much. I don't know. Michael Taaffe is great. Michael Taffe's going to work in media when he's done. That guy knows how to. He may be a coach. Let's be real. He may be a coach too. But I'll tell you this: he's going to have no problem having a career post football in the world of football. Michael Taaffe. So we'll play some of his audio, a little bit from Anthony Hill too. Had some good clips of his that I pulled. So we will have some of that. We will talk about Sark. But what's been the takeaways from media days? It hasn't seemed like it's been too overly newsworthy. There hasn't been a lot of. I haven't even seen Greg McElroy on TV today, so I don't know if he got sent home after trying to drop the Saban news yesterday.
No, I saw him sitting over there on Radio Row somewhere earlier, but no, he's here somewhere. You mentioned Michael Taaffe, and we'll get into the Arch and the Sark stuff here in a little bit, but you mentioned Michael Taaffe and how impressive he is. I mean, I think that not only does he have an opportunity to be something special as like a coach or on-air talent or something like that. But I mean, this guy has the makeup of a CEO of a major nonprofit organization that helps, the world become a better place. Like he's just such a great kid. I mean, his head is in all of the right places. He says all of the right things. And he's really, I already knew that he was a leader of this football team, but one of the things that he has done so far at SEC Media Days is really hammer home the fact that, he lives and breathes for Texas football. And there is nothing more important to him on this planet besides his family and his friends and his loved ones, probably, than wearing the burnt orange and going out there and performing at a high level for his school. He doesn't care about NIL. He doesn't care about the money that's going on in college football. All he cares about is making sure that his guys are in the best position to help this team win. And I thought that was really impressive. One of the other things I thought was really funny, I asked Arch a couple different questions during the media breakout session, but my favorite one that I asked him was whether or not it was true that David Cutcliffe went to his house right after he was born with scholarship papers and handed them to Cooper Manning. And he said, well, I don't know if that's true or not, but my dad says it's true. So, I mean, that just kind of indicates the hype that has surrounded this kid for his entire life and the way that he's able to handle all of that hype and then come to a place like this where all the lights are bright on him and he's the focus of the attention, and he's still so soft-spoken and humble and ready to admit that, hey, I haven't really proved anything yet. I've started 2 games and I still have way farther to go. So I don't really listen to all the outside noise about people crowning me the best thing in college football and all those different things, because right now all I'm focused about is winning. So I thought that was a really impressive answer from him as well.
Yeah, and that really does seem like, his kind of pushback to everything is, I get it. Like, I understand why this is happening. I'm not oblivious to any of this. But you have to look at it from my side. And I'm trying to go be a normal person and go play football and go have a good time. We talked a lot, they ask him about why he goes. So a lot of people keep asking him, why would you go to Texas? Why Texas? Why Texas? And, one of the answers was, I like Austin because I like being able to go do a bunch of different things. And there's a lot of things to do in Austin. And, I think he just wants to be that. We saw a social media video not long ago of them doing the good night prank with some of the wide receivers and, that thing. So he just seems like he wants to be a kid a little bit. And, he works his butt off. He does everything else right. So we saw in the media, you're going to get all those questions. I think Texas media maybe is a little bit more used to it at this point, that, we've had him around for 2 years now. So we've kind of got a lot of that out. We still ask the questions because we all have to, because that's what people want to hear. But at a flip side of it, when you come into SEC media days, he even mentioned, he said, he goes, I didn't want to come. And then you're like, okay, I understand. I need to be a leader. I need to go do these things. But yeah, I don't think for him, he goes, I don't need to be asked the same question I've been asked 20 times already. I can give the answer and I'll give it with a smile and I'll be a nice guy about it. But what do you expect?
Yeah, that's one of the things that was so different, I think. I didn't even listen to his interview downstairs because I was trying to get Michael Taaffe audio.
Yeah.
And I was not going to try and fight that just absolute mosh pit to try and get to it. But that was one thing that was different about the local Texas media breakout session that was exclusive to us, was that, nobody really asked those over the top questions that he probably gets asked all the time. Like, what was it like growing up with Peyton and Eli, and what do you learn from them and all this different stuff?
Yeah.
No, it was all about, becoming a leader, how he's grown as a player, what he learned from Quinn, and all those different kinds of things. And I think he really appreciates that, because I'm sure, as anybody does, I'm sure you get tired of getting asked the same questions over and over and over again. Nobody asked him about the NFL draft. Nobody asked him about, Heisman stuff or the pressures of the Manning name or anything like that, because we've all heard that stuff before. And I thought that he was as genuine and upfront with us about the way he feels as the Texas quarterback today as he's ever been. And I thought that was really impressive because, hell, if I was a 21-year-old and it's, July 15th, happy birthday, Lee Galatzan, by the way, my dad's probably listening. But I need to text him or call him. That's a bad move on my part. I've been busy all day. But anyway, if I'm a 21-year-old and it's July 15th, the last thing I want to do is fly to Atlanta to get asked a bunch of questions by a bunch of fat, sweaty media people like myself. So, the fact that he's here, he's answering the questions, and he's doing it in a very impressive way is just a testament to how well they've developed him, not just as a player on the field, but as a quarterback and a spokesman for the program, I think.
Yeah, and that was somebody asked him, you're mocked as maybe the number 1 pick in the draft next year, and he's like, really, I'm focused on answering the rest of these questions. Like, really one step in front of the next. I'm not. I get it, but I'm focused on this season, man. I'll make that decision when I come to it. And I think really, in all reality, too, if you want to get into it and the deeper part of it, one of his best friends on this team is Michael Taaffe. Mm-hmm. And so he can have a real conversation with a guy who was ready to go to the NFL and came back. And so I think there's something to be said of he has guys around him. There's people involved in the program that when those conversations come up, he can have them in private of, all right, where are you thinking? But I think, Arch, you could see this. You can see it in Taaffe. You can see it in Anthony Hill. Basically, every single player that's out there has the same part. The SEC Media Days can be kind of fun, but everyone is really, really waiting to get to football. They just cannot wait to get to that first game, and then we can talk about football from that point on. And it's not, all the conversation today about Gunnar Stockton, and we'll if we have time, we'll get into the other teams that were there. But Gunnar Stockton talked about all day, and whether Gunnar Stockton's going to be good or bad, and Jackson Arnold, is he going to be good or bad? And the conversation about Arch is he going to be good or great? So it's a nicer conversation, but it is a different piece to see what's happening in for Texas this year. And it's a good day. It's a good day for Texas. They continue to push on. Sark is doing some media and walking around still, but yeah, what has been the takeaway so far in Atlanta from today's action? Maybe a little bit of what you got hangover from yesterday. Is there any major big place that is sit there? And I'm going to look up this flip real quick before I report anything. But yeah, is there any?
Well, I mean, I think that the biggest thing that stuck out to me, I mean, are we talking in terms of Texas itself or just overall?
Just anything at SEC Media Days.
Well, I mean, I talked about this with BK a little bit before you hopped on. And one of the things that's really stuck out to me is just the hype surrounding Arch to begin with is just absolutely getting out of control.
Yeah.
Everywhere that he has walked, there has been a crowd of people following him. You mentioned Paul Feinbaum looking like a giddy schoolboy who met his idol when he shook his hand on TV. And all of that stuff is quite crazy considering the guy has never played more than a couple games in his career in terms of like a full game. So that's been kind of crazy to see. I mean, you walk around SEC Media Days and you see all these cool personalities, like you see Nick Saban and Josh Pate and Paul Feinbaum and Greg McElroy and all these ESPN people and all these coaches and all these players and all this stuff. But the biggest talk through this entire thing, and it's been consistent throughout the start too, before Texas even got here, is people asking these other teams and these other coaches and these other players about Arch.
Yeah.
It's like, why don't we, if we're at a Georgia Media Day, why don't we focus on Gunnar Stockton? It's been kind of crazy to me. Also, just the overall message that I think that Texas is sending while they're here at Media Day is just it's been very refreshing to me. They very often, the prevailing theory when you lose the way that they lost last year to an Ohio State, and then you get a chance to play them the following year, even in the season opener. I mean, I don't know how often that's happened that a college football playoff semifinal, the best game of the college football playoff was going to get a rematch in week one of the college football season. But Texas isn't focused on like and everybody's asking them, like, is this a revenge tour? Are you guys trying to go out and prove something? Is this, going to be all about avenging the loss from last year and getting back at the Buckeyes and all that kind of stuff? And the prevailing narrative from all four guys, Sark, Taaffe, Anthill, and Arch is no, like that was last year. We're a new team. We're focused on going 1-0, and we're excited to play them because they're a really good football team. But we're not worried about what happened last year. We're worried about what's in front of us. And going up to Columbus is going to be a lot of fun, and we're looking forward to the challenge. And that's the kind of stuff that you really want to hear, as opposed to, carrying over these negative things from last year and using that as motivation. Like, that helps sometimes, but at the end of the day, you just have to go out and play your own football game.
Yeah, and I remember Texas had that, 3-4 years, that it was the Texas Revenge Tour, and everybody was calling it that. And it just feels every year now it is that kind of, well, are you going to be able to come out and go, no, man, we're trying to win a national championship. We don't think of ourselves as a team that's trying to beat a couple teams. We're trying to win every single game. We're trying to go on and become national champions. And I think that's the different mindset of what championship teams look at, instead of we're focusing on beating a couple teams. We're beating on everybody. We'll get into a couple other pieces, but yes, it did also come in to that report is correct that James Johnson, the 5-star defensive tackle, 4-star, 5-star, depending on where you're ranking him. James Johnson has flipped from Georgia to Texas today as well. So you get Trey Atkinson, and now you get James Johnson. That's why you say you wait on Sark's recruiting classes. But I guess
just saying, Patrick. I'm just saying. Let Sark cook.
whatever he said on that podium today apparently moved some people, so he got to move on that one today. Well, you know what? In hour 2, we'll get a little bit more into Trey Atkinson and James Johnson, and Matt will break down what that means. We'll do that in hour 2 of the show. We'll also talk a little bit more about what Sark had to say as we get into that. I do want to keep with the players for a little bit right now, because we've talked about a lot of it. I will play some of this audio if I can make this work, and if I don't have to load it in, or else we'll push it back and I'll load it in. I may have to load it in. Well, we'll keep trying to mess with stuff while I'm talking, but this is a Texas team that we've seen the players really try and step up. And it was funny because you've seen Arch talk about it. You've seen Anthony Hill talk about it. Michael Taaffe feels like he was a leader last season too. And so he's just continuing that role. But we've seen Arch and Ant talk about it. We know we've heard it from other guys. And one of the big pieces you've heard from every analyst and everybody else throughout today has been, well, this team lost a lot. This team lost a lot. Are they going to be able to replace, especially on the offensive side of the ball? And, you kind of get from the Texas team this response back of, yeah, we have a culture that we are building, and everyone knows that, there's a next in line, and we're all building to get there, and there's competition. And Sark talked about some these offensive linemen. It's not like they weren't playing. We know Trevor Gooseby played in big games. We know Cole Hudson played in games. So, yes, there is new starters, but there are new players. They're regular players. They've been there. And so these guys, you do have a couple guys who haven't played a lot of snaps in college football, but some other ones, Trevor Gooseby played in big SEC championship game. Like he's played in big time games already. So I think when we look at it overall, we can say, yes, there is going to be change. That is what college football is. That's across the board, these good programs, they continue to be able to bring them in. That's why you keep trying to bring in this recruit. It's why the recruiting stuff is such a big piece of the puzzle. And at the end of the day, for Texas, and what you saw from Arch Manning and Anthony Hill was, I think it's like going back to 2 or 3 years ago when Sark first came in, and we heard them really, really talk about Roschon Johnson was probably the first guy to really, really push the narrative of trying to say that leadership, like we're taking the responsibility of leadership. And now it feels much more of all these guys going, we understand the leadership is there. This is what we do. And we've been trained to be the next guy. And we still have the phone numbers of everybody else to go talk to them about leadership. And right now that leadership seems to be changing hands more and more. And you see it with Arch Manning and Anthony Hill at these meetings.
Yeah. I mean, it really says something about your program, I think, when you have guys like Jahdae Barron and Barron Sorrell and Quinn Ewers and Matthew Golden. And then I'm just talking about last year's team, Alfred Collins, these guys that were such major, intricate pieces of this team's leadership. And all those guys go to the NFL. And now you got a new group of leaders. And I mean, Michael Taaffe, like you said, he was part of it already. But now you got a new group of guys that kind of have to step into that void and fill that leadership role. And, by all accounts, Arch Manning has done a tremendous job of stepping up and taking ownership of this football team. And he is the guy that everybody looks to as the leader, alongside Michael Taaffe. And Anthony Hill has done a tremendous job in that as well. And it really feels, at least from, my outside perspective, obviously I'm not in the locker room and I'm not in team meetings and stuff like that. And I'm not, in the huddle on the practice field. But from an outside perspective, it really seems like there has been absolutely no drop off in leadership, and these guys have done a tremendous job of stepping into that void and filling it. And I would be really surprised if after next year, when Anthony Hill and Michael Taaffe and some of these other guys go to the NFL, I'll be really surprised if it was any different in 2026. Like, I expect Arch to still be there and be a big part of it, but then new guys are going to have to step up on the other side of the ball. And it feels like the way that they've just cultivated this program, getting the right kids in that they want as character, from every measurable statistic of being a person, the guys that they want in there. It feels like that's just the standard of the program at this point, that there's just leaders breeding leaders as we go forward through the Steve Sarkisian era. And it's been very impressive, because it's been a thing since Sark really walked into Austin. The first year was a little bit rough in that regard, but after that they really turned a corner, and it shows no signs of slowing down.
No, not at all. It is continued to be something that you're excited to see where it ends up, because at this point the program has continued to take the steps forward, and now this is really where the fruits of the labor is supposed to be earned. This is where you get another changing of the guards. So I'm excited to see it. Why don't we play some of this audio? I've got some of it pulled up right now. Some of the Anthony Hill pieces of it. The quality is probably not going to be great for everybody, but here's Anthony Hill. He was talking earlier today in the breakout session with UT, and he was asked about a couple of people. Here's Anthony Hill talking about Michael Taaffe, and he was asked about apparently at the end of last season, he was telling everyone, we need to keep him. Like, you have to keep Michael Taaffe. You have to bring him back. We need Michael Taaffe to be part of this team again for his leadership. So I guess when Taaffe was kind of wavering back and forth of whether he was going to go to the draft or not, Anthony Hill was one saying, I don't break the bank to pay him. Do whatever you have to do to get him back. But here's Anthony Hill talking about Michael Taaffe.
I say it to everybody that can listen to me, because he's a great leader for us. He communicates well, and I feel like going into year 3, I need another guy like that next to me to make sure I can take the next step. We have a lot of great players like Jelani, D. Will, and I just wanted to make sure we have the best amount of talent we could possibly.
There's Anthony Hill talking about Michael Taaffe and how important it was to try and bring it back and compete. And this is, he brings it up, and you could tell Anthony Hill's respect for Michael Taaffe throughout there. There's also another piece in the interview where they talked about having to mute Michael Taaffe at points because he is so vocal on the field. And I think it's something really special when you say, okay, we're going to end practice to try and let some other people have the voices, but the coaching staff understands that. And Anthony Hill says, there's times where, they'll tell me to be more quiet, and then we have to kind of work around and get there. But I appreciate the fact that Anthony Hill is very understands the importance of what Michael Taaffe means to his team. And they seem like those two are working really well together to control the defense and make sure everybody's in the right place.
Yeah, I mean, those two guys are the leader of the defense in more ways than one. It's not just a vocal thing in terms of getting guys ready to go and motivating them and being a role model and a leader in the locker room. They're the ones that are calling all the shots out there. Anthony Hill's wearing the green dot and calling the defense, and Michael Taaffe is getting everybody set in the secondary. And it's really impressive that those guys have been able to do that at such a high level from last year, and they're going to bring it back into this year as well. But, I thought that part about having to mute Michael Taaffe in practice was very interesting because not only is it, just indicative of like you said, how important he is and how vocal he is in the secondary and knowing where to be at all times and where everybody else is supposed to be at all times. But it's also giving other guys an opportunity to step up and learn how to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Making guys like Jelani McDonald and Derek Williams do things like that. And, Taaffe told a great story. It was very brief earlier, but he told a great story about Jonah Williams, about how, he was out there working with Jonah this summer, and he was like, all right, so we're just going to focus on this side of the field today.
Yeah.
And, I'm going to teach you how to do this. And Jonah Williams said, no, I want you to teach me everything.
Exactly.
And
here's actually that clip from Michael Taaffe right here.
Yeah, he's
he's built like a freak. I mean, he's probably 6'4", 215. I don't know off the top of my head, but you probably know better than I do. But to have that stature, have that frame, and then also be able to run 22 miles an hour is insane. And not only all the physical abilities that he has, but also the mental side. I was in there with him trying to help him. And I was like, dude, I'll go down to the downside safety, and you can just be in the top and show your range. He was like, no, I want to learn both right now. And so it was really cool to see how he's learning, and he's going to be a stud.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just indicative of exactly how these players feel about Michael Taaffe, right? Like no, I want to work with you, and I want to know everything that you know, and I want you to teach me the way that you do this, because I know that you're the best at what you do. And a freshman like Jonah Williams, who hasn't played a snap yet, getting to work that directly and that intensively with Michael Taaffe and learn from him on the practice field already I think it's going to pay big dividends, because if you can put, and I'm not trying to say that he's going to be able to do everything that Michael Taaffe does from a mental or leadership standpoint, because I don't know that there's many players in college football who could do that regardless. But if he can take some of those things from Michael Taaffe and he can apply it to his athletic ability at 6'4", 240, 250 pounds, running whatever Taaffe said, 22 miles an hour, like putting that mind into that body, that could be something special. So I really appreciate how he's taken Jonah Williams and all these other young players under his wing to try and teach him everything he knows.
Oh yeah. And I mean, for Jonah Williams, for somebody that, missed time because he was doing baseball and maybe is a little bit behind where he'd like to be in the game, to be able to have that resource when you can't have all the coaching around you, to have that coach on the field. And that was, how many times was the phrase used, coach on the field, for Michael Taaffe today? Every type you heard about it was, that's our coach on the field. That is a guy who's helping everybody out, from the walk-ons, where he's very passionate about that. I'll play a clip of that a little bit. Him talking about the walk-ons, to everyone on the field. I'll play another clip here. They asked him kind of about guys that should get a spotlight and somebody on there. And most of the people have been asked those questions are kind of throwing it to somewhere close. I think Arch Manning said Trey Wisner in one of his was somebody, which is a great shout out. I think he's going, hey man, Trey Wisner is going to help me out a ton next season. And me and him worked together on the B team for a while, and then he went up and was on the A team because of injuries. But we heard Michael Taaffe was asked about it, and he had Grayson Littleton was the one he brought up, a freshman cornerback, and not a name you would expect to hear of who to get shined, but yet again, somebody who he talked about kind of helping mentor, and a guy that's part of this. When you worry about losing players, you say it's about development, right? And you have to continue to have players being developed behind while they're not on the field. And when you hear what's happening with freshmen who will not play for another 2 seasons, probably won't play until their redshirt sophomore or junior season, really big minutes, you're talking about that is the positivity. Okay, if they can have 2 years of real progress, not sitting behind, not sitting at the back of class, kind of waiting, sitting in the back of the position room and waiting for their turn, and maybe running drills, but not really taking game planning seriously because they know they're not going to get into a game. Really starting to watch film with the older players, watching all those pieces, that becomes big. Here's Michael Taaffe talking about Grayson Littleton, another freshman who's apparently making impact in early camp.
Yeah, I want to highlight Grayson Littleton. I think he's a stud. It checks out with who he is as a man, how he is playing. I've gotten to know him as a man, and seeing that resemblance to the field, it checks out, because he's such a good guy, but he has that nature of football where it's like, I'm going to be a really good guy. I'm going to hold the door for the ladies. I'm going to say thank you to everybody that has helped me in my life. And then when I step on the green grass, it's like, screw everybody. I'm going to go get what's mine. And that's what type of player he is. He's one of those guys that he's upset that he's not with the ones. He wants to go be with the ones already as a freshman. That tells you a lot about how hard of a worker he is.
And that's, again, somebody else who says this guy's working his butt off to try and get up in that conversation, not complaining, not doing anything else, being completely right, but being competitive. Sark's talked about it a ton, Matt. Talked about being competitive. That's what he wants to find. Multi-sport athletes, guys that just want to compete. And when you start to hear these stories of what Anthony Hill's talking about, what Michael Taaffe's talking about, what Arch is talking about, they're talking about a lot of young guys on this team that want to compete.
Yeah, and Grayson Littleton, he might not have been the bell cow of the number one ranked recruiting class in 2025.
Yeah.
He might not be the name that everybody's looking forward to seeing on the field next year, just from a broad perspective. I mean, that goes to like Jamie French or Khalil Lockett or one of those 5 stars that got all the pub. But Grayson Littleton has come in and really already, the fact that he's already making a name for himself with the leaders and getting into the conversation of being, on the field as a true freshman is something really impressive. And Michael Taaffe has done a great job of mentoring him in that sense. And you love this stuff that you hear too from Taaffe about the way that this kid, it just acts off the field. Like the holding the door for the ladies and the being, the polite and the character, all that stuff. That's the kind of players that Texas is bringing into this program. And I know that we talk about like who's going to be the Colin Simmons or the Anthony Hill of this class that comes on as a freshman and really makes a name for himself and gets himself onto the national scene. And the easy answer is Justice Terry. Because he was the top ranked recruit in the class and he's a 5-star and he plays a position of need. But I'm not saying Grayson Littleton is going to be Colin Simmons or Anthony Hill, but he's somebody that I think we're going to have to watch out for because the coaches are talking about him, the players that are already here are talking about him, and he's really making a name for himself and making a push, and he's doing all the right things.
Yeah.
So
but who's to say he can't be Jahdae Barron?
Yeah, I mean, not me. I mean,
that's a first-round draft pick right there. And that's like you talk about it and go, it took him a little while to grow into being a Thorpe Award winner where he's a good player and then continue to work. So I think that's where you look at it. And we'll get into Sark in hour 2 a little bit more. But, he made a great analogy too. You need everybody on this team. It's not just Justice Terry and Arch Manning and, your couple of Ryan Wingo will not win you a national championship. You're going to need everybody to play. And so to have guys like that, but to go back to highlight Michael Taaffe some more too, is to have a senior who comes back and in today's game, to have someone come back for another year and really understand, not only am I trying to win now, not only am I really worried about, he could not care about freshmen because they're not going to play this season. Really. He could easily say, I will be gone by the time you guys are on the field. So it doesn't behoove me to spend my time helping you. I can do whatever else. I can go work with the guys. I can go sit with Jelani McDonald and sit with Kobe Black and sit with Manny Muhammad, and we'll make sure the secondary is as good as it can be. Or he could understand the bigger picture of the culture of the team, bringing up everything, making himself want to be more hungry, understand lifting the bottom of the roster and making everyone better is only going to help this team. And so I think he's just done an amazing job of understanding the bigger picture of it all. And part of that is going to help everything go right at Texas this season because he doesn't have to. He didn't have to come back, and he wanted to come back. And now he's coming back and he's helping out. He's helping out the young men who he may never even really see play more than special teams, but he wants Texas to be great. And he wants the team and the culture and everything to matter.
Yeah, I mean, he very easily could have taken the Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers approach, where he's just like, nah, it's not my job to mentor these people. They're going to figure it out on their own. But he's really putting his hands in the dirt and working with these kids and helping them develop into great people and great players. And it's really hard to find leaders like that at the college football level, especially because all these kids are, 18, 19, 20, 21 years old. To find high character young men like that and put them in a position to develop into a great player and still have the wherewithal and honestly the want to help the people that are coming behind them, I think is something that's truly special. And I know we're going to get into Sark here in a minute, but he said something that I'm sure we'll talk about a little more later. He said something that really caught my eye earlier today about the type of player that they're trying to bring into the program.
Yeah.
And he said, like, I want the guys that want to be here and want to buy into our culture and want to, make Texas football great. And then the NIL stuff comes later.
Yeah.
The guys that come in and ask the questions about early on about how much money am I going to get paid and who are making their decisions based off of that first, we don't want those guys. We don't want them, because odds are they're probably going to be in the transfer portal in 18 months. Yeah. So I think that's kind of a testament to the guys like Grayson Littleton and Michael Taaffe and all these players that they're bringing in. They're buying into the culture, and that culture has been set by the leaders of the program like Taaffe and Anthony Hill and Arch Manning.
Let's get back to Anthony Hill for a second. He also talked a little bit about Colin Simmons and was just asked about him. And I just liked his clip on it about Colin Simmons, because it is the conversation now with Anthony Hill is Anthony Hill still the best player on this defense, or is it Colin Simmons? It's good to see those two guys want to push each other and be really great players. But I do love him explaining, and still says, I've never seen anyone with a better ball get off, and no one's faster off the ball in the Galatzan.
For me, I see he's the fierce competitor. He does a great job getting off of the ball. He's getting better at striking linemen. He's just been getting a little bit bigger too. So I feel like he's gonna have a great year next year.
Does he have the fastest get off the ball?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I never seen anybody get off the ball faster than him.
I asked that question specifically for you, Patrick, because I know that's been a big thing that you really like about Colin Simmons. But yeah, I mean, the freak level of talent that Colin Simmons brings to this football team, like you saw what he did in year one. Now he's had a whole nother summer in the weight room. He's probably gotten bigger and faster and stronger, and competing on the field in practice with guys like Anthony Hill and Trey Moore and Colton Vosick and Ethan Burke and all these guys that they have up front in the front seven is just turning him into an even better player. And the fun competition that those two guys have with each other is only going to make them better and only going to make the Texas defense scarier. And I think that that's something that's going to be very impressive to watch in the fall.
We also saw Anthony Hill talk about leadership and what it means for him to be a leader, and kind of in a world where you do lose people every single season because it's college football and that's what you're supposed to do. You have all these guys drafted. How do you keep that leadership going, and what's Anthony Hill's role in it going forward?
I'm just saying our communication has got even a little bit better than it was last year. I mean, Michael Taaffe, having D. Will back, with Jelani, it's a lot of guys that been around each other and grew into the same program together, so we're all comfortable with each other, and I feel like we've been doing a great job communicating.
And that's it. Communication. That piece between it, Michael Taaffe really seems like he is the forerunner of doing it. We know Bijan Robinson and Roshan Johnson were the ones that kind of started. I'm a big basketball guy. That is the number one thing you can say in defense for basketball is communication. It's the hardest thing to do because you feel like an idiot while you're doing it. And it's really hard to teach kids, especially people who don't necessarily feel comfortable with each other, to constantly be talking, even when you don't have to say anything. Hey, what do you see? What do you see? Where are you looking? What's happening? You have to consistently be talking so that it doesn't seem out of place when you have to say something. You don't ever have that awkward moment. And so I think Michael Taaffe is leading the way with that. Anthony Hill is getting more comfortable with it. Once they get Leonga Lafau back on there, and then you also take from that clip, you keep hearing Anthony Hill talk about it. I think we're going to see Anthony Hill in coverage and drop back more this season. Sark will talk about it too. Versatility is the key, and he really wants his linebackers to be able to be everywhere on the field, and you're not going to be able to tell what Anthony Hill is going to be able to do. And I think, moving Trey Moore into that world and having his guys kind of move around and use them as chess pieces is going to be really big next season. And you can tell Anthony Hill's been working a lot. He mentions it in his availability too, a little bit more about trying to be a more versatile and be able to drop back and play in that game and maybe pick up a little bit more pass defense, and then when the time is right, make those pass rushes.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that outside of Caleb Downs at Ohio State that there is a more or that there is a player who is capable of having an effect on the field in more spots than Anthony Hill, because he's already going to run sideline to sideline like a gazelle and tackle anybody. He's going to hit them with force. He's going to force fumbles. He's going to get after the passer. He's going to be great in the pass rush and all those different things. But the fact that he's going to be able to to adopt this part into his game as well is not only going to help the Texas defense, you know, from the idea of being able to disguise what you're doing on defense, I think is that's one of the key things that you can do as an elite defense is you don't know where we're coming from at what time. You don't know what coverage we're going to be in. You don't know who's going to be where and where they're going to end up once the play starts. And the idea that Anthony Hill could literally be coming from anywhere at any time and be in any part of the field at any time has got to be a genuine fear for opposing offensive coordinators, because over the last couple of years, it's been pretty straightforward with him. He's either going to rush the passer or he's going to be up in the front seven. But if you drop this guy into coverage, I mean, he's dropped into coverage before, but if you can do that at a consistent rate and disguise what you want to do even more, and then, you know, find a way to rush Trey Moore or Brad Spence from that linebacker spot, or get Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke coming off, like whatever you got to do. That's just going to make this defense more deadly and more potent. And I don't know if, and you know, by the way, we got Anthony Hill on the show right before Patrick hopped on. So after you watch the full 2 hours of this, then you can go back and watch that interview with Anthony Hill. But one of the things that's so interesting, and BK mentioned it, that I really liked, was he's projected as a top 5 NFL draft pick at linebacker. There aren't very many people who can say that, because it is a position that is not very highly valued in the NFL, and all the different things that he can do, all the different parts of his skill set. There's not another player in college football that I think has the amount of skills and talent to back that up outside of maybe a Caleb Downs at Ohio State.
No, and what's weird is you're talking about that, and then if you look at a guy who wanted to, again, be selfish, be about himself, he could tell Sark, I'm a pass rusher. I want to be a top 5 pick in the draft, and a pass rusher will be a top 5 pick in the draft. The more I drop back, the more I drop my value. Because even if I get 10 interceptions this season, I'm not going to be as valuable at linebacker as I am a pass rusher. I don't think he's worried about that. I think he wants to go win games, be the leader on this defense, and then the chips will fall where they are, and I think he'll still be a top pick in this year's draft, because everyone's going to watch and go, well, he still had, 7 sacks on a team that was rushing the quarterback extremely well. So I think that he'll still be able to get there. They're still going to use him in that, but you want to be able to have that front, and you want to be able to show people, so they have to switch into different coverages. So they maybe have to run the ball on a play, or maybe they, put the back into a protection play. Maybe they move a tight end in instead of letting him run a route. And then Anthony Hill drops back in coverage, and now everything's covered up, and you're able to get home because you get that little extra time for Colin Simmons. There just gives you so many more options of what you can do defensively. He gets another guy who understands what's going on. He could do a lot of different things, but Anthony Hill understands. Let me go figure everything out. Something that I wasn't as comfortable doing last year was dropping back. I'm going to be better at this year, because I'm already a great rusher, and I'll continue to work on that and improve that. But I think when he goes to the NFL, he'll be used more as a pass rusher, and then, maybe used in different ways, depending on how much more weight he puts on and what what team drafts him. But you talk about him being able to be versatile. It's huge for what Texas does. And every time anyone seems to doubt him, he just comes through a little bit harder.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's probably, and I don't want to put too much pressure or set too lofty of expectation, but he's the closest thing in a college football player that I've seen to Micah Parsons in quite some time. And Micah Parsons was a linebacker in college.
Yeah.
It wasn't until he got to the Cowboys that he really became a full-time edge rusher. And he did it in college. He was elite at it, but it was kind of a similar situation to Anthony Hill. He was a primary linebacker, and he rushed the passer, effectively at a decent rate, but it wasn't his full bag. And the fact that you can put him in that same kind of conversation as a guy who is a linebacker, but he has so much of a versatile skill set that he's going to be a top 5 NFL draft pick is really saying something. I mean, there's other players that are linebackers who have been drafted high. Devin White a couple of years ago was the number 5 pick, and then Will Anderson was primarily an edge rusher, but he was listed as a linebacker. He was a number 3 pick for the Texans, but it doesn't happen very often. And him being in that conversation really speaks to his skill set.
No, and I mean, you talk about what team's going to get him is going to be extremely lucky because you're going to be able to use him in a lot of different ways. He also did talk about his sales pitch, though, which I loved. His sales pitch because he does fancy himself as a help recruiting. He's a big helper in recruiting guys. Here's Anthony Hill talking about what he does to help recruit the guys coming into campus. We're going to talk about some of the guys that maybe he had help recruiting, maybe a Trey Hendrickson or James Johnson. Maybe he had a little help in that. So here's Anthony Hill talking about the recruiting.
Yeah, I kind of take him around, show him Austin, not just necessarily going out, but just show him the flip side of Austin, what they can do for you outside of football. Like, I kind of show him around the town, show him around Austin, show him what they can do outside of football. And of course, like, I can talk about football all day. I mean, it's all that, but I kind of make sure to talk about outside of football and show them what they could be doing outside of football to help them become a better person, a better player. Then it helps when you got guys like Derek Johnson and all them around. I can help connect them with them like that. So it's been pretty cool doing that stuff.
Anthony Hill talking about what he likes to do. Show him around town, bring him in. But you can tell he's like, I'm going to connect you to how many people we know in this town and what we're able to do. And it's not just going around and being like, used to be back in the day, we go down to 6th Street and we go do all that. No, I'm going to show you all the NFL players that live here too. Yeah, I'm going to have you talking with all these NFL players. One of the great things I saw from Arch today told me how old I am and how young these guys are when he says about these NFL players. He goes, I stayed up late and watched Broncos and Giants games, and it took me a minute. I went, Broncos? Oh, yeah, Peyton and Broncos at the end. Yeah, I would have gone Colts. Colts is one I would have gone with. But how did he tell you how old Arch is versus that he stayed up late for Broncos? I don't know if he was old enough to stay up late for Colts games back in the day. I wanted to play this one more clip before we take a break, Matt, and take our first break. But I do want to throw in Michael Taaffe had a good talk about walk-ons. It is a big piece of SEC, of the new NIL and roster limits. And he somewhat took what I want to say and maybe made it a little bit further than I would say. But this has been a question of, well, are walk-ons gone in college football? Are walk-ons gone? Michael Taaffe was a walk-on. Now, we can also say for Michael Taaffe had plenty of offers. Michael Taaffe was a very good high school football player, but he didn't get offered at Texas, and that was his dream. And Sark said today that Michael Taaffe is a guy who believed he was an All-American starting safety at Texas when he was in high school, and he just made it happen, even though he wasn't heavily recruited. So he talked, though, about the future of walk-ons and how important it is to him. I thought it was pretty good what his take on walk-ons was.
Yeah, it's sad to know that there's a possibility that there could be no more walk-ons. And what I would say to that is, like, my answer to it is simple. If we can't have walk-ons because we have to pay every 105 player, I'd venture to say that every walk-on would not mind not getting paid at all. I mean, they're on the team, they're paying to be there originally, so why not let them? I would much rather be in a walk-on position. I would much rather have the scholarship players benefit off NIL and walk-ons not be able to benefit off NIL at all if it meant I got a shot to play and to prove myself. And I think that's how walk-ons think, is they just want to prove themselves, they just want to play for the university. So it's not about money for anybody on our team, but it's really not about money for the walk-ons. And it's sad to know that money is a form to try to decline the walk-on atmosphere. And everybody knows my story, but being a walk-on, you have a close-knit group, and it takes a lot to be a walk-on. You have that, share those same bonds, and it's really sad. And I trust the professionals. I trust their job. They're way better at it because that's their job. But just to know my 2 cents, I think walk-ons mean so much to the team. They bring so much value. They bring so much culture. And if it was up to me, what I would do is, if it's worried about revenue sharing, I would say 85 if you have 105 players, 85 scholarship players get to benefit off NIL. If we're worried about NIL, this is why we're not letting walk-ons play. And then 20 walk-ons, and say they don't get a benefit off NIL because we don't want to screw the system. We don't want to have any loose ends. I venture to say that everybody in the SEC alone would have 20 walk-ons that signed up and would play for their university.
There's Michael Taaffe talking today about the walk-ons and his thoughts on it, and I love it. This is something that I would kind of keep getting upset about is when everyone goes, "It's crazy there won't be walk-ons anymore." And you go, have an 85-man roster and let the other 20 come on. Like you don't have to get rid of that whole thing because you can now have 105 players. Saying we can't have walk-ons because now I can pay 105, and so I'm going to pay 105 and screw walk-ons. I don't really care. They don't really bring. I'd rather have a couple more 3-star guys that I want than walk-ons. Say that. Don't say you don't want walk-ons because you could. Because a lot of these, 85 roster spots, what we're at. So it does feel like it's maybe a little bit more lip service from some people that really just want to make sure that things kind of go more their way. But I was glad Michael Taaffe brought up hey, if you want walk-ons, let's make a rule where you can still have some guys. I don't think they need to not make money. I think they can be non-scholarship players. And I think you can have non-scholarship guys from 85 to 105 if that's what you want to have. But yeah, you can, if you want to make NIL, and they go right ahead.
Yeah, I mean, walk-ons are a critical part of what makes college football.
Yeah.
And I don't think that there's a school that understands that more, especially given what Michael Taaffe has accomplished over the last couple of years than the University of Texas. And I think he's absolutely right. If the walk-on players don't care if they get NIL, they're already paying. I mean, I don't know what the tuition is at Texas these days. I could probably ask my brother or something, but I imagine it's pretty expensive even for in-state. So, those kids are already paying for college. They're already trying to get onto the football team. If they're paying their way to get onto the football team, they don't care about making money. They just want to be there. And they're such a critical part of the culture of the football team and, in practice and all the different little things that go into making up your football team. Walk-ons are a very important part of that. And the idea that, we're going to potentially have to get rid of all of these players is just baffling to me because there's no reason for it. Even if you have, 95 players that are scholarship players, you still have space for 10 guys that just want to be there and try and make the team better and try and live out their dream of just standing on the sidelines at DKR.
Yeah, no. And I think, I agree with you. I think there's plenty of space for it. And for the record, they don't need revenue sharing. They can get NIL. NIL is not a thing that requires a lot of players in college football don't get NIL now. Revenue sharing is the big issue. I always want to correct it because when it all gets muddled together, it makes it seem like name, image, and likeness is not a right that should have been given to black college football players for the last 7 years. Should have always been there. What it is now is not right. I agree. But the general premise of you should be able to be in a commercial, if they're going to sell your name on a jersey or they're going to sell a number 12 jersey, then you should be able to sell one with your name on the back. I've always thought that should have been the case in football. Revenue sharing is way different. What NIL has become is way different. But I think if you talk about the walk-ons, if you go out and you sell something and you have, you're a walk-on player, but someone wants to give you $200 for an autograph, you should be able to sell your autograph just like everybody else. You don't have to forego that right. Mm-hmm. But you do not get a dime of revenue sharing. You're not, because you don't want it. You don't need it. And you're not getting a scholarship. You don't get I think that should still be a piece. If teams want to have that, you should be able to do that. I think you're still able to do that. I don't think that's a thing that's gone. I think that's something that is maybe made up more by coaches to say, oh, if you give me 105 scholarships, I'm going to get 105 scholarship players. I know Sark has said he's stuck to 85 recently. He's mentioned that several times because I think he just doesn't want to overpromise scholarships and then have it bite him when he has to tell 20 guys they're no longer going to be there anymore. So I think that's kind of why he hasn't really done it until everything is fully approved. But yeah, you can still have walk-ons. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. I don't know what the rules are that everyone has to get a piece of the pie now. I think, you're able to kind of pick and choose. And if the piece of the pie is $100, the piece of the pie is $100. It's not going to kill you out of $20.5 million to give $100 out or whatever it is. I couldn't tell you the rules well enough. Not a lawyer, not well read. We don't know what hell, the coaches don't know what all the rules are. But I think yeah, walk-ons are still should be a part of it. I think you can still have them be a part of it. I think you can still make all of this work. It seems like more coach speak of, please stop changing the rules. Stop changing the rules. Please stop.
Yeah, I mean, what's to stop a walk-on from going out to P. Terry's and saying, "Hey, I'll do a meet and greet with you, and I'll do this and that, or I'll do a radio spot for you, and you can pay me $150." Like, that stuff doesn't have to go away. Just I appreciate the fact that
Texas basketball players have done that. Texas basketball walk-ons I've seen them post on Instagram that they're doing something exactly that. Like, I'm at P. Terry's or I'm in some restaurant, and those are walk-ons on basketball from years past. So it's happened already in basketball, at least.
Yeah, I really appreciate the fact that Taaffe is speaking out on behalf of walk-ons, because that like all we talk about NIL, we talk about revenue sharing and recruiting, and the walk-ons don't get the attention that they deserve, and Michael Taaffe is a perfect example of why they should get that attention. But it at the end of the day, I honestly don't think it'll be affected by that whatsoever, because of the things I don't think that Texas wants to have 105 players on the roster that are all part of the revenue sharing and all part of NIL and all that stuff, because they don't need it. If they were stuck with an 85-man roster, it would still be the best roster in college football. The other 20 players on that one aren't going to affect that, and it's just going to help them find players like Taaffe to put into that locker room. So I keep looking up here on Radio Row, by the way, because I'm hoping, and I'm not very confident about this, but I'm hoping that somebody like Hugh Freeze is going to walk by, but it hasn't.
And you can get him on. You can get him on, just ask him the hard questions.
Yeah, just sit down and drill him about golf. And
I heard it's not Radio Row anymore. The report is not Radio Row; it's now Digital Drive.
Sure, Digital Drive. Yeah, it's very confusing up here. I'm lucky I found the booth at all, if we're being honest.
I heard it's now Digital Drive because radio has gone down in value, and now it's all so much more stuff is online. So they changed the name of it. Let's take a quick break. I know you want to shout out some of our travel sponsors helping Texas Sports Unfiltered hang out, and then we'll come back. We'll get into the big recruiting news, 2 big recruiting pieces of news that came out. Matt will break it down on what that means for Texas, and then we'll get into a little bit more of what Sark had to talk about today at SEC Media Days. We have time, we'll get into some others. If we don't, we'll get into it tomorrow. But let's thank some of our sponsors that help us out getting to Big 12 or to SEC Media Days.
Am I doing this live read now?
You're doing it.
Okay. Okay. We're at SEC Media Days, which means the football season is right around the corner. Make the call to audiovisual consultations to get hooked up for the upcoming season. Let Tom McKay and his new crew bring everything to you, from big screen TVs to home theaters to Sonos surround sound to whole home lighting and surveillance. AV Consultations has everything you need to make your home the place for the football season. Give them a call at 512-255-8678 or find them online at avconsultations.com.
Yeah, get yourself set up for college football season, for NFL football season, watching all the games. I am one that loves to have all the channels set up and watching multiple things at the same time. We had the channels at one point last year, drinking with some friends, and we had 3 TVs set up because I'm a sickness that has done this to friends, and we were watching games, and then we would say, "Oh shit," about something that was happening, and then we had to end up saying, "Oh shit left, oh shit right, oh shit up the middle," to let people know what highlight to watch. But if you want to have a setup like that, hit up our buddy Tom McKay over at Audiovisual Consultations.
We are also brought to you by Sue Patrick. For the best selection in Texas Longhorn gear you can find, go see our friends at Sue Patrick, located at 5222 Burnett Road in Austin, and online at SuePatrick.com. They have everything you need to gear up for football season, from polos to jerseys to schedule glasses and T-shirts and so much more. They've got all the Texas gear your burnt orange heart desires. They have tons of free parking at the store and free shipping on all online orders over $49. Go see your friends at Sue Patrick and get yourself some awesome Longhorns gear today. You know, my dad's birthday is today, so I might need to go to Sue Patrick and get him a couple items there to get him a belated B-Day gift. What do you think, Patrick?
I like that. Again, I will say I'm not a fan of the name. My entire life here in Austin, they have been encouraging lawsuits against me. But other than that, it is a great store with some great people that have that really do get you decked out. Sue Patrick is a place. There's been a lot of times where I've been looking for something and like trying to find a cool thing or find something that maybe it's in my size, all that. Sue Patrick is where I end up more than other places because they just have a huge selection of Texas stuff. So a huge shout out to Sue Patrick helping us get over to Atlanta for SEC Media Days, and go check them out before the season because you want to be the one wearing the cool threads when you show up to that first tailgate and when you show up to the first watch party for Ohio State. You got to be wearing them cool threads.
Oh yeah, you got to be wearing the cool threads. I mean, if you're going up to Ohio State, you got to rep the burnt orange, right?
Exactly.
So no better place than Sue Patrick.
The whole time you're out there, every meal, you know, maybe you don't want to do it at a place that might spit in your food, but a nice real establishment that won't spit in your food, you can wear that burnt orange.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then the next day after Texas wins, you wear it again. And,
exactly.
And they probably spit in your food regardless, but it's okay because you're representing your home team.
That's the way to do it. All right. Well, why don't we hit this quick commercial break? We'll be right back here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got a great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, rolling into hour two. Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI is in Atlanta at SEC Media Days, taking it all in, bringing us what is happening on feet on the ground there in Atlanta. Myself, Patrick Davis, back here in Austin, Texas. Big day, Matt. Big day for Texas recruiting, as well as what has been happening on the ground and having all the media. Texas killing it in recruiting, Matt. Tell us what about Texas guys they brought in today.
Sorry, I had my my audio thing pulled up. I'm not used to this setup. Well, where should we start, Patrick? Should we start with Tyler Atkinson, who was first?
Let's start with Tyler because he was the big news on Pat McAfee this morning.
Okay, so yeah, Tyler Atkinson went on Pat McAfee this morning to announce his commitment. We started hearing rumblings yesterday that he was leaning toward Texas. That indeed ended up being the case. He picked Texas over Georgia, Clemson, and I think there was another team in there. I can't recall who the fourth team is off the top of my head, but this guy is an absolute player, Patrick. He by the way, I believe the other team was Oregon now that I think about it. But 6'2", 210 pounds out of Loganville, Georgia, which is just a Grayson High School, which is just a absolute factory for NFL players and for five-star talents across college football. 24/7 Sports compares him to Roquan Smith of the Baltimore Ravens, who I don't know if Texas fans remember him because he was gone before Texas got to the SEC. But he was an absolute animal at linebacker for Georgia, and he is one of the best linebackers in the NFL today. So getting that kind of comparison is really something to speak of. Andrew Ivins, the director of scouting at 24/7, calls him a highly productive inside linebacker that can emerge as the soul of a defense with the instincts and athleticism. Owns more of a streamlined build at this stage, but is blessed with longer frame and should have no issues eventually carrying 225 pounds or more. He's quick to locate the football with his field awareness and will mirror ball carriers with his rare start-stop ability and exceptional lateral burst. I'm having a hard time getting some of these words out there right now, Patrick. But, yeah, I mean, this is a guy that, you talk about how Anthony Hill came in as a linebacker as a freshman and really made noise and became one of the best in the country or at an early, part of his career. Tyler Atkinson has every opportunity to do just the same, especially if he's able to put on a little bit of extra weight. But he can do it all at the linebacker position. And the fact that, and I talked with BK a little about this before you got on, Patrick, but the fact that Texas has been able to go back-to-back years into Georgia and get the number one defensive player in the state of Georgia from the Georgia Bulldogs, who are the other contender for both of these guys, and Justice Terry and Tyler Atkinson, really says something about the way that Johnny Nansen and Lowland Clark and Steve Sarkisian have been able to recruit Tyler Atkinson and how they were able to recruit Justice Terry as well. So absolutely major win for the Longhorns there. And with that commitment, it vaulted them into the top 10 of the On3 recruiting rankings as well, which, is a lot better of a visual look there for Longhorns fans after being at number 15 just a few hours ago. So
yeah,
big time get there by Tyler Atkinson.
No, yeah, that's a big time get, especially the linebacker spot where you feel pretty good about where your future's at. You feel like you've been building that position, but you do have Anthony Hill that you assume is going to be moving on after this season, going to the NFL after the season. So you say, all right, we need to start really getting our next elite linebacker come back in. And now you have that next really elite linebacker that you feel is going to be able to be something for you for Texas. And, who knows where he'll end up, if he's going to end up as part of that pass rush a little bit more, if he'll be more in the versatility mold. But, yeah, I think that says a lot to that Texas has been able to travel across state lines and recruit at such a high level. Part of it is NIL. Part of it is the packages and revenue sharing that they're putting together. But I think they're really picking in. And if you're going to say Kirby Smart, who has had the best defense in college football for the last, 5, 6, 7 years, this guy who's continued to put these great defenses and guys in the NFL, if you and him are wanting the same player and you have the resources to go get him, go get him. And they did that, and it appears they did it again a little bit later in the afternoon as they flip James Johnson. He made his commitment to Georgia on June 28th, and now on July 15th, for whatever changed it. I don't know if Tyler Atkinson changed it. I don't know what maybe changed it in his mind, but he has now changed his commitment to Texas today.
Yeah, happy birthday to my dad again. But your birthday has been very lucky for the Longhorns. Before I get into James Johnson, though,
yes,
I just want to read off some of these stats for Tyler Atkinson.
Go for it. Yeah.
That are very impressive. Last season he had 166 tackles, 32 tackles for loss, 46 QB hits, 13 sacks, an interception, and a forced fumble. And in the state title game against Carrollton, he finished with 13 tackles and 2 sacks. He had a season high 26 tackles against Douglas County. Became the second player from Grayson to be named the Max Preps National Junior of the Year after Robert Condici won the award in 2011. Robert Condici was the #1 player in the country coming out of Grayson High School, ended up at Ole Miss, and now he's, he had an NFL career as well. And, in 2023, as a sophomore, Atkinson had 197 tackles, 23 QB hits, 10.5 sacks, and 3 forced fumbles. I mean, he had 112 tackles, 22 tackles for loss, 24 QB hits, and 8 sacks as a freshman. That is a productive football player, ladies and gentlemen. So, absolutely huge win for the Longhorns there.
Yes.
And then we talk about James Johnson. And this is a guy that, a few weeks ago when he committed to Georgia, it was a big blow to Longhorns fans because he was a guy that everybody thought Texas had a really good shot at. And it was a tough battle with Georgia. It looked like Georgia had won, but, Texas sneaks up and takes him. I don't know if the Atkinson flip or the Atkinson commitment had anything to do with this flip, but it certainly seems that it couldn't have hurt, right? According to Rivals.com, James Johnson is the number 10 player in the country, the number 1 defensive lineman, and the number 2 player in the state of Florida. He beat Georgia for another commit, which is absolutely massive. His primary recruiters his primary recruiter was Kenny Baker. So great job by Kenny Baker there. 24/7 scouting director Andrew Ivins describes him as an explosive defensive tackle with all the fixings to make up a living up front. More of a 1-gap player than he is a 2-gap player at this stage, but he has the mass to dock in the middle. He added almost 25 pounds to his frame that stretches over 6'2" between his sophomore and junior seasons, and he should eventually carry 300 pounds or more. He owns some of the best throwing metrics in this state of Florida for his class. And that lower body twitch constantly shows up on tape as he shoots out of his stance and is quick to put opponents on their heels. He's got raw upper body strength that allows him to club his way around obstacles, while a near 82-inch wingspan, which is massive, makes it difficult for blockers to establish initial hand positioning. This guy is 6'2", 285 pounds, and I'm pulling up his stats here. In 2024, he had 60 tackles, 29 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, and 5 QB hits in 9 games. And he helped his team at North Fort Myers reach the regional semifinals of Florida's 5A state playoffs, and he missed some time with a knee injury. He also had 51 tackles, 13 tackles for loss, 13 QB hits, and 7 sacks per Max Preps in his sophomore season. He transferred to Miami Northwestern going into this season, which is another great program in the state of Florida that produces a ton of college talent. So big time win for the Longhorns again. It's one thing to get one of these guys, on one day, but to get both of these guys within hours of each other during SEC media days when everybody's paying attention and everybody's in attendance and Georgia is here on site is something that Texas can really hang their hat on here, in my opinion, because, I don't know what Sark's doing right now. I don't know what Kirby Smart's doing right now, but I bet if they pass each other in the hallway, Sark's just throwing him a wink right now and saying, gotcha, buddy.
My guess is they aren't hanging out.
That would be a pretty good assumption.
They are friends in the offseason. I doubt they are friends right now. That does not seem the place. Yeah, and James Johnson's one of those guys listed at 285. And when you see someone that's 285 and doesn't have a belly, like isn't really a, 280, that guy is built. He is going to be somebody that is going to continue, probably put on another, 30, 40 pounds over the next couple of years and be a 300-something pound defensive lineman that is just coming and meaning business. It is 2 big recruits for Texas, and it is 2 big blows to Georgia as well. To lose both those players, one from Florida, one from Georgia, but not a happy day for Kirby Smart, but a happy day for us on the Longhorns as we continue along here on Open Gym. Good to see both of those. We did see Sark take the podium today as well. Talked about a lot of different things on the podium. I want to kind of go through them as he spoke at his big podium speech, and a lot of spoke to the media and answered some questions. He did bring up the transfer portal and, kind of his approach to it. And I like that his approach was basically, we don't want to bring in guys for depth in the transfer portal. We want to try and recruit for depth. So I think they have, at the defensive tackle position, but for the most part, he was like, we want to bring in guys who are playing for us right away. And that was their piece in the transfer portal. That's where they want to push it. So when we see guys that are, adding 20, 30 players in the transfer portal, clearly not all those guys are going to play for you right away. And I think he was kind of, we're going to pick and choose guys we feel will make an impact when they show up here. We don't want to change our culture too much, bringing too many guys in. So he talked about that and the transfers they brought in. We know Jack Injuries. A lot of talk today about Gunnar Helm throughout the day. You heard at least on TV, that Gunnar Helm talk was a lot of how are they going to replace him. Jack Injuries is the guy you want there. Emmett Mosley at wide receiver, just other pieces across the board that you think are going to be there. But transfer portal for Sark, I agree with him. I think he's done it well in the time he's been here. They haven't lost too many big names to the transfer portal, some guys you'd love to keep for depth. I think they've lost some depth in the transfer portal, but they're really trying to bring depth in through recruiting, it seems, and keep depth in retention. And then transfer portal, all right, we don't have a tight end that we feel comfortable starting. Let's go get a tight end. We need another wide receiver we trust. We already recruited him in Mosley before we lost him. Let's go get him back. Guys like that they're trying to bring in.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge part of why this program has been so successful, because so many of these other programs across college football, like a Colorado or, name a team. There's so many of them out there right now who invest so much of their starting lineup and their top players in the transfer portal. And, that's just not how you build a successful college football team, a championship contender. It can make you a good football team. Texas Tech is one right now that's doing that as well. It can make you a good football team. There's no doubt about that, because you're getting a lot of talent. But the key to college football is still recruiting the right players, and then where you have holes, that after you have got these players already in your roster, and like you can project forward what you're going to have, then you bring in the transfers to help fill those voids. And you don't just go after anybody. You get the guys that fit your program as well, like a Jack Injuries and an Emmett Mosley. So I think he's absolutely taking the right approach to the transfer portal. There's very few coaches out there who are taking this kind of approach, in my opinion, and doing it to the level that Steve Sarkisian is doing it at, which is, you can recruit like to fill your holes, but the success rate that he has had with these transfers is really unlike anything we have seen across college football at a consistent rate. So I think that's he's absolutely doing it better than anybody else right now.
He also, then the first question he gets asked, you got to love the first question. They come at him hard about the red zone offense and having their issues. We know this has been something that's been going for a little bit now. It was abysmal a few years ago. It got better, but it's still not there. This does feel, maybe Sark is saying, I now have Arch Manning. This is going to help my red zone because it gives me a mobile quarterback. And that just being able to draw up plays where I can, flurry a guy out and really change the perception and change the perspective of the defense a little bit more. It does feel like, Sark has always talked about needing an excess of weapons, and luckily he's been able to recruit that way. But this feels like maybe the missing piece for that red zone offense is, okay, now we have a quarterback that can move a little bit more. It's just one more variable that maybe we can get this red zone offense where we need it to be this season.
It also helps that you have a 6'1", 230-pound running back coming back that didn't play at all last year as well.
That helps. That helps.
Yeah, I respect the veracity of the reporter. I don't know who it was who asked that question just right out of the gates.
Right out of the gates.
And Sark made a joke about it too. He said, you guys are coming at me, right off the bat and throwing a couple jabs. I appreciate it. This has been the big knock against the Texas offense over the last couple of years is short yardage and red zone stuff. And you saw a little bit of an improvement last year when Arch would come in that package where he would run the football. But now you have him back there, every play of the game. So you're going to be able to do a lot of different things there in the red zone in terms of, zone read or, quick passes or just a straight up quarterback draw or whatever the case may be. And now you have a chance, assuming that he's going to be 100% healthy, which Steve Sarkisian says he's very much on the track to being 100% healthy with CJ Baxter. Like I said, 6'1", 230 pounds, absolute hammer up the middle. That's going to help you out tremendously. Last year, all due respect to Trey Wisner, who's an absolute Brillo pad and a tough dude in his own right, and Jaden Blue, who's a little bit more of a scat back, and Jarrett Gibson as well, who had his fumbling issues. Now you got a guy that you can rely on there in the middle that's going to help that out tremendously as well. So if Texas can put that together and really be an efficient red zone offense next season, they're going to be in a really good spot. I mean, you just look back at the last couple years. Against Washington, Texas was 10 yards away from playing for a national championship and probably winning a national championship against Michigan, because I fully believe they would have beaten Michigan in that game. And then they're basically 10 yards away from going to overtime against Ohio State and playing for a national championship. And I absolutely believe that, like Notre Dame, they would have like Ohio State, they would have beaten Notre Dame in that national championship game. So in combination, Texas was basically 20 yards away from back-to-back national championships potentially. And that's crazy to think about. So if you fix that red zone offense, it's really hard to see a flaw with this Texas football team next year.
No, I mean, that is clearly the number one thing. And I do think, you talk about CJ Baxter, I do think another year for Jarrett Gibson and hopefully fit cleaning those up. The baby rhino being able to be used in the right situations. And I mean, I think there's a possibility of, you can run the two tailback set at times with the baby rhino and with CJ Baxter and have both of them in the backfield and see what you can pull out of that one. There's a lot of different options. We know that, believe me, they are fully aware that they are having all of these issues and they're going to continue to try and figure them out. So this is, again, a major issue. You are glad to have that question rather than some other ones, the ones that we don't know what the answers are going to be. I think for the red zone offense, we know Sark understands fully on there that he has to figure that one out. He was asked about the College Sports Commission a little bit and what they were able to, if he believes they're going to have the power. That was a quick one for Sark to say, I have no idea. We are hoping for the best. the real great Sark answer, we're hoping for the best. Is what Sark had to do about the College Sports Commission. It is a big topic. I'm sure it's being discussed a little bit at meals and everything else about how the College Sports Commission is trying to get what they're done, but now people are threatening to sue back, and the House settlement they're not sure it's going to work, and no one still knows exactly what's happening.
Yeah, I don't either. We're none of us are going to know until it really comes into effect and the months go by. So I mean, Sark was really thrown for a loop a couple times today, I thought. Not like in a negative sense, but it was just kind of surprising the things that happened. Like, I mean, even at the very beginning, before he said a word, they introduced Steve Sarkisian and they play the Texas A&M fight song.
Yes.
It's like that probably threw him for a loop. Then the question about the red zone stuff and the College Sports Commission. Like, I mean, I understand that that's a big topic in college football and everybody wants to know what these teams are thinking about what it is. But the fact of the matter is Steve Sarkisian probably doesn't know a whole lot more than any of us do.
No,
because we haven't seen it go into effect yet.
Yeah, and I believe they were asking him because they know that he is friendly with Lane Kiffin, and Lane Kiffin made a big point about it yesterday about the salary caps and what the punishments could be and all of this. That I think it was more of a Lane Kiffin follow-up question to Sark, but those are, even though they're friends, they fall, I think, more in the football friends, that they both really love football and love talking about offense and all these other things. Not necessarily, I don't know if Sark is going to do the troll jobs like Lane Kiffin, and I don't know if Lane Kiffin is going to, necessarily be interested in all the things Sark is interested in either. So but yeah, that one was a little thrown off. Then he was asked about linebackers, and man, he threw around the word versatility. We know that's one of Sark's buzzwords. He went off on that for a little bit. Anthony Hill is definitely a piece of that. Leonga Lafau, Scott, like all these guys, what they're trying to do, having Trey Moore step back into that role a little bit more, and maybe even Colin Simmons, maybe have him drop back a couple times. Versatility is what they really want to look for in this secondary, in this linebacking core, on this defensive line. This whole defensive unit needs to be able to do multiple things because, again, how do you confuse a quarterback? Give them a look. They don't know what's happening. And the more guys that you can say, well, Anthony Hill looks like he's rushing, but if he takes 2 steps back, he can be in coverage. Or he looks like he's sitting back, but if he takes off towards the quarterback, we're not going to be there in time. And now if Colin Simmons can be on that edge and you got 2 guys to help block him, you literally bring a extra blocker over and he drops back. You've wasted a player on your offense. Mm-hmm. And I think that's where Sark's looking on, and PK and Nance and everybody on that defense. The more times we can have them waste players because they don't know what we're doing and allow us to attack in a different way, that versatility comes into effect. It's been a huge buzzword for Sark, and it feels like they're just continuing it along.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about Anthony Hill at length in this regard earlier in the show. But you talk about Leon Lafau, who's just an absolute stalwart in the middle, and he can do a lot of different things. But then you move Trey Moore back to linebacker. He can rush the passer. He can play against the run. He can run from sideline to sideline. You've got Brad Spence, who can do all of those things as well. Then you talk about Anthony Smith, who's really come along very well in this camp and is expected to be a big contributor next year, who's extremely fast and can rush the passer and who can drop back into coverage. And now you add Colin Simmons into that potential equation where he can be anywhere on the field at any time. I mean, that's going to be terrifying for opposing defenses. If you look at this defense, and we'll just go defensive line and linebackers, and we'll leave the secondary out of it. If you see a front 7 with Colin Simmons, Anthony Hill, Trey Moore, Ethan Burke, and you add in like a Justice Terry and Murad Watson, let's say, into that front 7. You're running like kind of a 3-4 look. All 7 of those guys can come from any spot, stunt, rush the passer, drop back into coverage, QB spy, whatever all 7 of those guys can do different things and really confuse the defense. And that's the name of the game in college football these days is being versatile and confusing opposing offenses. And it's Texas is more well equipped right now to do that than I think any other team in the SEC.
And I mean, you talk about, more and more quarterbacks are being mobile. Georgia now, Gunnar Stockton can move around a little bit more. You're going to play A&M with Marcel Reed. DJ Lagway can move a little. Like all these guys, you're playing a lot of quarterbacks. John Mateer, all these guys can move with that. We move with the football and run with the football. Having extra guys that you just nailed it, QB spies and guys like that, where you don't know who's watching you. Those are big pieces in trying to minimize what those guys are going to be able to do. He also talked a little bit about the recruiting. We talked about it, with the recruits they were able to steal or take. We should say steal, but the recruits they got, 1 out of Georgia, 2 they've got now back-to-back years, top recruits out of Georgia, guys that are looking for Georgia. Sark did talk about it has become much bigger deal to have to recruit outside. And, it is for us old school guys, you wanted to win Texas, and whoever won Texas meant we were going to be able to win Texas, but it didn't mean you were going to win a national championship every year. And I think that now the thought process it is so much easier to have, communication with people around the country. You look back when we were talking about winning Texas, the cell phones weren't a thing. You were talking about calling at people's houses. And so it became a lot harder because now someone who's in Florida isn't going to call you because their mom says they're not dialing long distance. That's no longer a thing. There's just all these hangups. Plus, you can FaceTime or you can get on Zoom or you can get on anything else and get it done. It just feels like all those barriers are kind of gone now. And for Sark, he understands. We now have recruiting tapes on everybody too. There didn't used to be tapes that you could just log on to a computer and all of the video you want to watch on 10 different guys or on 15 different guys to see which linebacker you really want to go after. That all exists now. So there's no point not to. And Sark is, I think, the first Texas coach who's really, really leaned into it more. I think Tom Herman would have been okay doing it, but he never really had the ability to do it. And Charlie Strong, we know, They wanted to recruit Florida some, but he just wasn't. He was a little overwhelmed at everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And, like Tom Herman got Bijan Robinson and a couple other guys, but you're absolutely right. Steve Sarkisian is the first Texas coach that has truly embraced the idea of national recruiting. And that's not to say that they don't recruit the state of Texas. They have plenty of guys that they go at. They get who they want in Texas. And then now that they're in the SEC and that whole pipeline has opened up for them, it gives them the opportunity to, pitch a Tyler Atkinson and a James Johnson and a Justice Terry and guys like that to coming and playing football in the state of Texas and still being a part of the SEC and still being, in a national championship type scenario, because Texas is already a national brand. Now you add the SEC to your recruiting pitch, and really and Texas A&M has been able to take advantage of this for a little while now, being in the SEC for so long. But now that Texas can put themselves in that conversation as well over the last couple of years, there's really no limit to how good this recruiting can be over a long-term perspective for Texas. Because if you're able to consistently go into Georgia and Florida and Alabama, and California, which are 4 of the most talent-rich states in the country per capita outside of Texas, there's no telling how good you can be going forward. I mean,
yeah.
If you just look at what the Georgia Bulldogs have done with Georgia players, and now you can combine California and Texas and Georgia and Florida and Alabama all together, the best players from all of those states, because that's who Texas is getting. They're getting the best players from those states.
100%.
Then there's no telling how long, the longevity that this could have.
Well, and I mean, you just think about the fact of the reason why A&M was originally in the SEC, and the reason why Texas is going to the reason why SEC wants those schools, the reason why the Pac-12 just brought in Texas State, the reason why the Big Ten wants to bring in Texas schools and the ACC wants Texas schools and SMU is they want pipelines to Texas. That's what they all want, is a pipeline to Texas for recruiting. And if you're Texas, everybody is coming for Texas players. And so you're going to win some, you're going to lose some, because everyone is coming for your players, and they have been for a long time. So you might as well put some pressure on these other states as well. If you're in Texas, you have the ability, you're going to lose some in Texas. If you're only fighting one battle, you're kind of going to be screwed no matter what. You have to fight all those battles and go take the fight to Kirby Smart in Georgia. Say you don't just get to run this state as the only school. Well, we got 35 schools all trying to get big money and everything else in here, and you guys got Georgia Tech as your competitors in state. We're going to come get some, and we're going to go to Florida and try and get some out of there, because you guys are coming over here. We're going to go to California, and you guys are taking our players to California. We're going to go get those. We'd go to Oklahoma if y'all had anything worth taking, but we'll go. I think that was kind of the point, is you have to take the fight to somebody else sometimes. And Sark is definitely taking the fight to Kirby Smart in Georgia the last couple of years, going, we're going to go get your top guy. And we know you're going to have, more recruits out of Georgia and everything else, but we're going to go try and take the fight to you. So you have to spend more time, more money, more effort recruiting in your home base, instead of coming into Texas and thinking you got Georgia on lock and then coming into Texas and trying to steal our top guys. You stay home for a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it really, basically the way to put it is it evens the playing field, right?
Yes.
Because when Texas A&M came into the SEC, that, like you said, allowed a pipeline for schools like LSU and Georgia and Florida and even, a South Carolina or an Alabama, like all these schools to come into the state of Texas and say, yeah, you're a part of this now. We would have recruited you already, but this has been a major advantage for the SEC, being able to come into Texas and get these guys over to their conference. Now Texas can go in there and say, not only if if as a Texas recruiter, are you able to play in the SEC, but we're going to go pair you up with, a Tyler Atkinson or a Justice Terry from Georgia, and we're going to get the best of the best here. Yeah. It really evens the playing field for Texas after being at a little bit of a disadvantage over the last few years being in the Big 12.
100%. 100%. He did talk a little bit about Arch Manning and Michael Taaffe, two guys who carry themselves very, very well. The importance of having those guys on the roster. A little bit about Arch Manning, just understanding the role a little bit more and more and more as it goes on. That I think that there is kind of, you think what everything that goes into being the starting quarterback at Texas is. and then you remember all the not fun parts. And the not fun parts keep piling up. And then you go, okay, well, we still have to focus, and we got to be this guy, and we have to be the face of a organization and face of a school and an academy and whatever else. We got to be that. But then I also need to, that they're handling themselves very well in the other world of it as well. Training guys, making sure that the practices are going off, making sure everybody's falling in. Arch has talked, about all the different meals and having dinner with the different players. That's part of being the starting quarterback. Is you are no longer the starting quarterback. You're no longer the guy helping the offense, and you and the wide receivers are really talking, and maybe the offensive line. It's everybody. You are running the team now, and you need to have dinner with the secondary, and you need to have dinner with the linebackers, and you need to be able to be accessible to everybody. And Arch seems to be picking it up pretty well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's alongside Michael Taaffe. He's the heart and soul of this football team. Everybody believes in him. Everybody looks up to him. And even as just a redshirt sophomore, he has this locker room fully behind him. Everybody believes in him. And I think that, Quinn Ewers, maybe he got a lot of, as we all know, he got a lot of criticism at Texas because of various different things that a lot of people don't understand because they don't watch enough football. But one of the things that I think that Arch really took away from Quinn was how important it is to be the face of the football team and not just the quarterback.
Yes.
Because Quinn Ewers did that as well as anybody that we've seen at Texas, alongside a Sam Ehlinger or a Colt McCoy or a Vince Young. None of those guys were just the quarterback. They were the face of the team. And Quinn Ewers wore that very well. And I think that he instilled a lot of that into Arch Manning. I think Michael Taaffe already had that as part of his DNA. Yeah. And it's just getting better. But just the idea that Arch could sit behind Quinn for 2 years and learn not just football, but the other things that went into being the face of the program, I think were very, very big for him in his development. And I think he's going to really surprise some people this year because of it.
Sark also did give a shout out to Trey Wisner and dropped the line, which is true. He's the third leading rusher in the SEC last year. Y'all been able to put some respect on his name. You talk about what we lost and everything else. Let's not forget, if we're talking about returning rushing yards, he had a 1,000-yard rusher last season, and you get CJ Baxter back. And I get we can all look at Trey Wisner and not say, but if we're going to go down the path of what Texas lost, you should mention they are returning a 1,000-yard rusher, because I as much as we called him on the show before, we used to refer to him as the minivan. We're like, he may not look like he's going to get it done, but man, he will get it done time after time. Reliable, gets it done, and that was Trey Wisner last year.
Yeah, and I believe Sark dropped the line that he is the leading returning rusher in the SEC.
Yeah.
So you're bringing back the leading rusher in the SEC. You're getting back a 5-star all-world talent in CJ Baxter, who was the starting running back for this football team as a true freshman before Jonathan Brooks just set the world on fire. So bringing both of those guys back to a running game that was inconsistent at times last year. Now you add Arch Manning's ability to run the football into your every down package. I mean, it's really hard to imagine a scenario in which Texas's running game is not completely dominant next year. And then that's not even talking about, Baby Rhino, Jarrett Gibson, and Christian Clark, who Sark has gone out of his way to talk about multiple times so far during SEC Media Days. And he also mentioned, we're going to need all those guys, but we're also going to need James Simon, the true freshman. We're also going to need Ricky Stewart, the true freshman. These are all super talented running backs that they're going to be able to implement into their offense at different points in time. And we talk about the defense and the way that they're trying to be versatile with the linebackers and the edge rushers. I mean, you can be incredibly versatile with these running backs. CJ Baxter can do it all. Trey Wisner can do it all. Christian Clark is an absolute speed demon. Jarrett Gibson is an absolute battering ram. And James Simon is a very versatile player in himself. I mean, Ricky Stewart is one of the fastest players on this football team, if my memory serves. So there's a lot of different ways they can go at you in the running game, and that's not even talking about Arch Manning. Be just, hey, nothing's open downfield. I'm just going to take off and run 21 miles an hour down the sideline.
Yeah, and you could see, one of these younger guys, which younger guy breaks out in more the Jaden Blue role and breaks out in, maybe using some different packages and getting outside and trying to break really big plays. Is there somebody who falls into that role this season? But for the record, Dylan Sampson was your leading rusher last season in the SEC. He plays for the Browns. Hunter from Auburn was your second. He plays for the Rams. So they are no longer in college. Trey Wisner was your third, 1,064 yards. He's your leading returner. And it's a great line to drop for Sark to just remind people that these guys are that there is returning ability. And we can even talk that offensive line last year was really, really good. But I don't think the offensive line was necessarily thought of as the greatest run blocking offensive line in the world. They were really good passing offensive line. So if this offensive line can start to build up a little bit more dog in them and push a little bit more, who knows what the future is for this running game. But I know they're going to really try and push this running game this season to give Arch as many options as possible to really make it a little bit easier. We know Sark loves to make it easy on his quarterback. Sark is one of the best at making life easy for his quarterback. He's going to try and do that for Arch, and running the ball is doing that.
Yeah, and then you talk about that offensive line just very quickly about being meaner and nastier up front. There might not be two meaner, nastier offensive guards in the SEC than DJ Campbell and Neto Umeozulu. Those guys are both absolute, just mean human beings, and they will run at you and they will maul you. And I think that, don't get me wrong. Jake Majors and Hayden Connor were very great for Texas. They were awesome players. We talked about them in our, 53-man roster for Texas over the last 25 years. 100%. Incredibly good players. But Umeozulu is going to add a completely different dynamic to this offensive front, I believe, and just be that bulldog on the left side to add to the already super aggressive and athletically talented DJ Campbell and make this, a really aggressive rushing front for the offensive line.
I'm with you on that one. He also mentioned the academics. We've talked about it before on this show. He is very proud of the path of the academics, of the GPA going up, leading to more wins. He's very proud of that one. He talked a little bit about AJ Milwee as well. And man, Arch talked about AJ Milwee. That guy is a secret weapon that we do not want to lose. And this may be his last year here, depending on what Arch does, because I think his offers are coming really soon. But man, people cannot stop talking enough. And you just kind of, when people ask questions about it, you want to be like, shh, no, don't mention him. No, don't mention AJ Milwee. We don't want him we don't want the secret outs.
That's literally the first thing I thought of when AJ I think he was from Alabama. The reporter asked about AJ Milwee, and I was just like, no, don't let anybody know who this guy is. He's Sark talked about it. He works more closely with AJ Milwee than any other coach on the staff. Yeah, he's a co-offensive coordinator now. He's in every meeting with Sark. He helps him craft the offense and call the plays and all those different things. Write the game scripts. He's a phenomenal recruiter. He's a phenomenal quarterback developer, and he's such a young guy. It's only a matter of time, as is the case with every elite assistant across college football. It's only a matter of time before he gets his call to be a Power 4 offensive coordinator or a head coach at a Group of 5 school or something like that. And Texas needs to do everything that they possibly can to hold on to this guy for as long as humanly possible. It's going to be really hard, but they need to do it, and it's critical. And then the other thing you mentioned about the academics, I mean, I think that's just a testament to what Steve Sarkisian has done culture-wise in this program to really advance them to an elite stratosphere. Because in 2021, I think he said the GPA was like a 2.32 cumulative GPA for the football team, and they were 5-7. And then it jumped up a few points, and they were 8-5. And then it jumped up to 3.13 or 3.2 or like something like that, and they won 12 games. So it's like it happened again the next, the idea that he's going out of his way to make sure that these guys are doing it not just on the field, but also in the classroom and developing that responsibility is really just having a cascading domino effect throughout the entire roster.
It is, for sure. Then I really like this analogy he used. Sark did. They're asked about spending money and trying to make sure things stay within what you're able to do and, picking which players you can spend money on and retaining players and all that. But he used the analogy that, in the NFL, you build your team, but you only get one first-round pick, and teams are really built on their third, fourth, and fifth-round picks. That's where you really build a really good NFL team. I thought it was a great analogy because it is true. That is where you get your recruits that are not necessarily 5-star guys. Maybe it's a 3-star. Maybe it's a low 4-star where you get a guy in and you say, this guy's just going to work harder than everybody else. This is a guy who may not be the most physically talented, but he is going to set the pace. And everyone else is going to have to realize what they have to do around him. And then that guy sometimes hits a growth spurt or hits something and all of a sudden everything changes. And that guy it clicks in their head. And now you have another star player that you weren't even expecting, or that guy just becomes a workhorse that's able to come in. And, how important is depth? Trey Wisner is a great example of this, of Trey Wisner. If he does not on this team, if Trey Wisner's not on this team last year, they're not a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about everything way, way different. If Trey Wisner isn't there to be the third leading rushing back in the SEC. And, going into last season, none of us were talking like that. So when you talk about third, fourth, fifth round picks, that's kind of, and recruiting, it is a great analogy by Sark. And that is what they've been trying to build, is scout really well, find those pieces that we think if it clicks, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Trey Wisner is a great example of that. Trevor Gooseby, again, was a 3-star recruit coming out of Melissa, and this is just in the 2023 class. You talk about Leongo Lafau. I mean, he was just a 4-star recruit. He wasn't a 5-star super sought-after prospect. Colton Vosick is a 4-star. DeAndre Moore was a 4-star. So, the shine and the glow on recruiting is always about the 5-star players. And those, obviously are very important. Arch Manning, Colin Simmons, Anthony Hill, all 5-star players. But the guys that fill in around that are the real engine that makes the team go. I mean, you talk about Michael Taaffe. He was a walk-on. And he's arguably the second best player on this defense, maybe the third best player behind Colin Simmons and Anthony Hill.
He's an All-American.
And he's an All-American. I don't have what Jahdae Barron's rating was in front of me, but you can just go on down the list for players that Sark has brought into this program over the last few years that have just been the right picks rather than, going after a guy just because he has a 5-star rating. And that is just another example of why this program is where it is. Because, I mean, in the NFL, it's a tremendous analogy for the NFL, because you look at the Eagles, who are the best team in football, and they don't just hit on their first-round picks. They hit on almost every single pick that they make, including the third, fourth, and fifth round.
Yes.
So, and that is exactly what Texas is trying to do in college football recruiting.
A couple other things he hit real quick. We'll hit those, and then we'll wrap the show up. He did mention one of the hardest pieces that it's going to be is keeping the team hungry after 2 playoffs. When you have continued success, it's not about, do you want to get back to the playoffs? It's, do you want to show up and play and go to Florida and understand how important that Florida game is? Do you want to be able to play Kentucky and understand how important that Kentucky game is? Those are more the games you have to worry about when you maybe say, oh, well, we're waiting for Ohio State, Georgia, then we'll play A&M and we're cool, whatever. That's who we're going to play those games, and we'll be ready for the playoff. We know you're going to be up for Georgia. I think that's a big piece for Sark. It helps to have a lot of young guys, though, that maybe haven't played in those games yet, and they want to show out a little bit more. I think the Arch Manning effect is going to be, there's going to be haters on Arch all year, and that Florida game is going to be a really big piece. And that Kentucky game, go out there and prove it. Go out there and show what's up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that one thing that he mentioned as well in regards to this conversation is that, it's having sustained success and getting complacent is a real problem in college football, but they have stocked their program with winning players. Yeah. And he mentioned specifically Anthony Hill, Colin Simmons, Trey Wiseman, all these guys who have won state, and there was many more. All these guys that won state championships in high school, and then they come into Texas and they know nothing but winning conference championships and going to the college football playoff. And to have that kind of thing and then just be on the cusp and not quite get across the finish line is just going to motivate those guys more because they want to win. This whole roster is built with players that want nothing more than to win a national championship. So, I mean, it's a great shout by him because that's, one of the things that has happened with some of these other power programs in the past, maybe not a Georgia or an Alabama, but schools, like a Michigan or a USC or some of these other programs that have, or a Clemson who have been close to the top, and then they were good for a few, and then it just kind of regressed. Like it's because I feel like part of it is because they didn't fill their roster with players like Texas has been doing with these winning personalities, and I think that's really important.
And then the final piece that they left was a guy with a very thick Arkansas accent asking if Texas cared about the Arkansas rivalry at all. Which Stark did have a great answer. He was like, the old timers would say it, and I found out about the rivalry real quick when we got our ass kicked by Arkansas my first year, and that's it. It's, I think it's one that's probably not, if it goes to, only playing 2 rivals a year, it's going to be A&M and Oklahoma. But hopefully it'll stick to 3 rivals for Texas at least, and they'll be able to keep Arkansas. It's a fun game, and maybe Arkansas will be good again once Sam Pittman gets fired.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of know the guy that asked that question, and I thought it was hilarious because it was very on brand. But and like, what a way to end the press conference too. Like all these guys have great questions, and then it's like, okay, let's go in there and ask Sark about a rivalry that nobody really cares about. But I do think he had a good answer. I like the Arkansas rivalry. I think it's a cool rivalry because it's across state lines. They hate Texas so much. Texas doesn't really care about Arkansas that much, but they hate Texas so much. And there's been so many historical games between the two teams over the last 100 years. Like the game of the century in 1969 with James Street and Cotton Spire and all those guys. Like it has a real history behind it. So I hope that one day Arkansas does kind of turn the corner and be a good and become a good program again, so that we can kind of capture some of that magic. Because when it's at its peak, I think it's a really good rivalry.
I agree. Matt, why don't we give one more shout out to our great sponsors that are helping us hang out there in Atlanta for SEC Media Days. Let's give them one more shout before we run out of here and hit our meathead of the day.
Yes, sir. The show is brought to you by 7-Eleven. It's hot outside. Go get you a Slurpee, or a Big Gulp, and why not some snacks too? 7-Eleven is your go-to convenience store for food, snacks, hot and cold beverages, and gas, and much more. With thousands of locations across the globe, 7-Eleven has what you want, when you want, anytime, day or night, right around the corner. And make sure you check out the 7 Rewards program on the 7-Eleven app, as well as you can earn free stuff every time you shop at the best convenience store in the world, 7-Eleven.
There you go. I got one right around the corner. I am there quite a bit. Get my fix there over at the 7-Eleven.
Oh man, go get me a hot dog or a taquito over at 7-Eleven. I mean that's some dangerous magic right there that I take advantage of quite a bit.
There you go.
The show is also brought to you by Port O'Connor Premier Lodge. If you're looking for a great way to spend a weekend this summer and you don't want to travel halfway across the world to do it, head down to Port O'Connor and pay our friends at Port O'Connor Premier Lodge a visit. Several different services and packages that will specifically meet your wants and needs, from bay fishing to flounder gigging to navigation tours and even cruises. Our friends at POC Premier Lodge are sure to provide you with an excellent service and memories you won't soon forget. Reach out to our friend Captain Rhino at 361-210-8494 or go to POCPremierLodge.com for more info to plan your trip.
There you go. POCPremierLodge.com. Get yourself out there. Have a good we only got a few more months in summer and you got to get out of there. Or if you want to wait till after summer and get yourself a nice trip, that's the way to do it. Matt, do you want to hit our meathead of the day?
Let's do it.
This is, one of your favorite people just really being great to the kids.
Sorry. Almost doesn't count. I wiped the blood off the ball, so it's okay.
Aaron Rodgers. If you couldn't hear what
he's such a dick.
A little kid goes, Aaron, you almost hit me. And as he walks past, he goes, almost didn't count. Almost doesn't count.
He's so unlikable. I cannot stand Aaron Rodgers.
Like any other, and it's not even alcohol, I don't think, but it's still the drink in his hand, like it's alcohol. It's probably some frou thing that's got all these weird different oxidants and stuff. I don't even know what that word means.
Or like peyote or mushrooms or something. Any other rational human being who almost hit a kid with a golf ball or a golf club, I can't even remember what it was, but like whoever, like any other rational human being and decent human being would probably be like, oh, I'm sorry, kid, here's an autographed glove or here's an autographed ball or just take my golf ball. Yeah. But no, not Aaron Rodgers. He just decides that, I don't care. It almost doesn't count, you little,
almost
twerp.
Doesn't count. I don't have to pay you out. I'm moving on. I'm going to go on and play like at a celebrity pro-am too, where it's supposed to be, you're also like, he's like, the golf's more important. You're like, no, it's a celebrity thing. It's about the fans. It's not, you're taking this celebrity thing a little too far. So yeah, Aaron Rodgers just being a jerk over the weekend. Really turned over a new leaf. We found with the Steelers. He was hanging out at the cookout with Mike Tomlin. He's married, which some people think he's not actually married and it's all made up, which I'm hoping is true because that's much funnier. But he said he's turned over a new leaf and all. Yeah, it's just more of the same from Aaron Rodgers. Always a good time. Matt, we'll be back tomorrow. You'll still be out there in Atlanta. We'll get some more information and we'll see how things keep going. And all the, we'll get to some of these other teams. I see my dog looking over at me, ready to go. He's ready for this show to be over. But we will get into more of the other teams, all the other good stuff that's happening. My man Chan on the text line did ask to make sure BK doesn't get in too much trouble tonight. You have to watch out for him in Atlanta. I don't know if BK is going to be trying to go to Magic City or what's happening tonight, but who knows with that kid. We'll be back tomorrow. But until then, and hopefully some more 5 stars by tomorrow too. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.